Hello and good morning, everyone, and welcome to the ABG Investor Days and the first presentation of today. With us, we have Promimic and the CFO, Anneli Skafte Persson, today to present the company. My name is Eric Castle, MedTech Analyst here at ABG, and I will be asking her some questions at the end. But for now, I'll just leave the floor over to you, Anneli.
Thank you so much. Hi, I'm here to talk about Promimic and our main product, the HA Nano Surface, that helps the integration process of dental and orthopedic implants. And as we have seen, cut the healing time in half. Our technology comes from Chalmers Institute in Gothenburg, and also from research, strategic research through the years. Promimic today is a small but really fast-growing medtech company, and we have a flexible business model. We have an entrepreneurial team with high-educated people, 16 people in Sweden and in the US. And I will talk some about our growth journey. And this journey is really about the growth of the bone cells at the patients, and the financial growth for our customers, as well as for us. And hopefully, it might also be that it is a growth of return on investment for shareholders. So, my name is Anneli Skafte Persson. I have been working for many years within financial positions in medtech, most of the years. And I don't want to tell you how many years, but it's many years. So, I'd like to start with just taking like a step back. The 3 years that have been they have been terrible, really. Pandemic, war, a lot of economic uncertainties. But really, for Promimic, it has been the opposite. So we have been successful in attracting new customers and capital. And last year, in April, we made a new share issue and entered the First North growth market. And the new share issue was on 80 million SEK. The 80 million SEK will finance our business plan. I will talk more about our growth journey. And first, a bit about the company. So, today we have our operations in the headquarters in Mölndal, outside of Gothenburg. And we are at the premises of AstraZeneca, where we have access to labs and a lot of knowledge, production environment. We also have a subsidiary in Houston, sales office since 2017, and since last year, a joint venture, a company also in Indiana. The vision we have is to be the international market leader in using nanotechnology to improve patient outcomes through surgical procedures. And how we do that is together with a growing number of leading implant companies. And these companies offer implants that provides increased clinical and financial benefit. So our technology comes from research made by Dr. Per Kjellin and Professor Martin Andersson. And they are very good at studying material, biomaterial and nanomaterial then. And they discovered that, and they patented also, methods and surface products to synthetically produce bone crystals in the same size and shape as the bone we have. The bone crystals consist of hydroxyapatite, which is abbreviated as HA. Also, our technology is proven today. We have over 30 preclinical and 3 clinical studies together with independent researchers. And we have done this research all over the world, really. And the market for our customers is huge. So the dental and orthopedic implant market is worth $55 billion annually. It's really driven by the US, and that's why ProMimic is really very US focused also. And the trend is, of course, the trend for osseointegration is very strong due to that everyone gets older and older, so the need for implants is of course then increasing. Some facts. So this picture is enlarged very, very many times. I don't know exactly how many, but our HA nanosurface is really bone crystals that is only 20 nanometer thin. So it's super, super thin. And to understand what that means, we need to understand what is nano. Nano is a billionth, and if you cut one hair straw 80,000 times, it's easy to remember, then it's 1 nanometer. And this surface is around 20 nanometer. So really, to summarize it, we have proven that by mimicking the body's crystals and by coating implants with this, we can cut the healing time in half. And it's also a very good thing is that this surface can be used on different types of implants, different types of material. If it's titan or PEEK or porous materials, which is the future as we understand it. So there are many reasons for our customers to use our surface. Of course, the faster healing is good for the patients because then they can go back to work quicker, etc. And also we have a unique position due to that we can sort of coat 3D printed implants as well. Also, many customers get more paid because there's a price premium. So even though we then get a royalty, that's just a minor of that. So it increases for most of our customers, as we have seen it, increases the gross margins for them, which is very good, of course. Also, the risk for a new customer to choose us and collaborate with us is really getting lower and lower, because today we have a master file at FDA and we have proven processes of different kinds of approvals from the FDA. We have 26 products today in clinical use. Örhänget. Ska jag ta bort mitt örhänge? Okay. Sorry for that. So, in summary, we can say that the customer benefits are both clinical for the patients and financials, really financial for the customers. So here are 4 of our important customers. We have the, let me see. Ska vi se om jag trycker fel här. Nej, den funkar nog inte längre. Shit. Ja. Här. Wrong glasses. So, SIN Implant Systems. It's a company that are within the dental implant field, and we have been working with them since 2016. They are the fastest growing dental implant company in the world. They were number 4 and now they are number 2 and so forth. It's today our biggest customer when it comes to numbers. We have Enovis. Together with them, we made our first knee coating a knee implant. We have Alphatec. Enovis is on stock exchange in New York, and Alphatec is on the stock exchange as well. Alphatec is the fastest growing spine implant company in the world today. And we have been working with them and a couple of years, and the last 1.5 years they have received approvals of 12 products, which is quite a lot. So we are really only in the beginning of the journey together with Alphatec. We have Oncos. There we have coated a very special implant that are used for patients that have bone cancer. So that's another example. Foundation of our growth, like 10 years ago, we had 0 products and 1 customer. And then we started our office in the US 2017 and really worked on the US market. And we had 2019, you see, we had 4 customers, and 2020 we had 9 customers, and today we have 15 customers. And as you see, the product line, products clinical use, is above the other line from 2 years ago. So today we have 26 products in clinical use, and most of our customers have more than 1 product with us. On the right-hand side, we see the royalties, and that's the rolling royalty and license fees, which is really our core business, and 8.2 million Swedish it was for 22. So what did we do last year? We listed the company, and we made a strategic joint venture together with Danco Medical. That was our processing, or still is our processing partner in the US for the US customers. And now Promimic owns 60% of Nano Processing Inc. and Danco owns 40%. So we get the revenue cash from that business. So we changed our business model. Some financials. Our numbers are still very small, but the increase is high. So the revenue went from 8.1 to 16.2 last year, 101%. License fees and royalties from 3.7 to 8.2, 120% up. Cash is just below 60 million. And when we communicated the prospectus 1 year ago, we also communicated our financial goals. The financial goals are to have a turnover of 100 million SEK within 5 years, which is 26 now then. And the EBITDA of at least 40% in that year. And it will all be funded by our IPO of the 40 million. And our growth plan is different things. We have talked about what happened last year. We now continue to work relations with the KOLs and more data from patient data to have more sales arguments. We also need to move office because we need to expand. So we will move to GoCo in November, where we will double our surface square meters for the lab, and we will also invest in the NPI to increase the production ability. Summary of why one could think to invest in ProMimic. Well, the market is solid. It's really quite old now with the dental and orthopedic implants. And the market is not so sensitive to financial turmoil, etc. And it's also US driven, and we have presence in the US. Also, we have established technology. Today, our technology is really established because we have 26 approved products. We haven't received sales from all of them yet because it takes some time, but 26 products, and as I said, the master file at FDA, and also it's good to know that our coating can be done on all implant materials, as I have understood it today, which is really a strength. Number 3, we are in the beginning of our growth journey. So we are really in the beginning. We are not cash flow positive yet, but we have high margins and we have long-term agreements with our customers. We have cash enough, and we are funded for our growth plan, and it looks good. So, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Anneli. I've prepared a few questions for you. So first off, you talked about porous implants and why that's the future. I understand that you solve sort of a specific need in that market as well, but could you just talk a bit about why your product is good for that and why that's the future?
So my knowledge about it is sort of down to here, but it is really because of our surface is wettable, so it's hydrophil. That is sort of what we understand is the answer to that question.
Okay, so you can basically dip the implant and you get the coating inside of the porous material.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's something that your peers can't do, basically.
From my understanding, this is one of our sort of biggest competitive edges at this point. Yes.
Okay, and I also understand that you have some antibacterial properties as well. There was a paper published with Stryker last summer, and it seems that they're evaluating your coating even though they have one themselves, but they lack antibacterial properties, basically. Could you talk a bit sort of what they're evaluating and why maybe you have, something to offer?
So it's not, as I understand it, it's not that we have antibacterial properties in that direct way. It is that from our understanding, and we are still doing a lot of research on this also, so it's in early phase, but as we understand it, it is that the bone cells win the race to the surface. So the bacteria, they don't win. And that is sort of a simple way to explain it.
Okay. And then you touched upon this as well, but as I understand it, you basically need to have a 510K for every new implant that's launched with your coding. But is there a more efficient way to do that? Is it possible to just make this? You can use this for whatever implant you want to release to the market, basically, or does it need to be a 510K for everyone
Yeah,
that launches a new implant?
it's a good question. It needs to be a 510K, but we have now discovered that customers can get fast track due to that the FDA knows so much about sort of earlier approvals, and that's really all I can say. And we also help, of course, the customers. So I think the approval process has been really shortened.
Okay. And then I was just wondering about the switching costs for your customer. It seems fairly sticky. Once you're in, they're gonna keep selling their products with your coding. But what are really the switching costs? Could they, if someone better comes along, just replace you, basically?
Well, we haven't had, to my knowledge, any customer that have switched, and I would say they would need to develop, and it takes a couple of years with a new partner, and this is something I can get more data from my CTO at home, but I would guess that it takes at least the time it took for our first customers, I guess.
And then just a last question. I'm a bit curious on the business model as such, because it seems like a very good setup that your customers do most of the heavy lifting. The problem is usually, having a sales organization in the US and all that. But you don't really have to do much of that. So could you talk a bit more about how that works with the dynamics of your costs, basically, how you sell?
So, excuse me, a customer comes to us, and we sign a license agreement, and within that we then agree upon to develop a new product. Normally it's a secret. Customer don't want to talk about it in public, etc. And then we develop that together with the customer, and when it's sold, we get royalties 2 to 5%. But that time period can be 1.5 years or so, can be 1 year. We try to shorten it. So then when we get the license and the royalties, of course, the margins are very high. And it might be that it looks even better after 26, but we have not been calculating on that yet. It is 40% at that point. And then even though our gross margins on the coating liquid is very high, as we write in the reports, it's 96%, and royalty and license stream almost 100% margin. We still have a development organization, and we continue to make research for new material, even better methods, and so forth, because that is really our value. It's also, to be honest, I mean, we are in an early phase, so it is quite difficult to count because we don't have the history really yet.
Okay, yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. Okay, well, that was all my questions. So thank you very much, Anli, for coming here today. Very interesting to hear talk about your company. And also thank you to everyone listening in person and online as well. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to ABG Investor Days. My name is Henrik Hintze, and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG. With me today, I have the CEO of Finwire, a company I cover, Johan Bennarsten. And with that, I give the word to Johan.
Thank you, Henrik. Good to be here. I established Finwire in 2016, and my idea was to create a business unit with a number of niche companies, SME companies, in the low and mid range when it comes to revenues. Our focus is 50 to 200 million. We have M&A strategy to create a portfolio and also to add organic growth and increase profit with industrial approach, mainly from the private equity, where I have experience. We have a buy and hold strategy, so we don't plan for exits. We are very operational in our approach. We focus on building management teams, building strategy in the companies, and also create network between the CEOs in order to create a platform for each company to gain additional sales and also increase profits. We have made actually 14 acquisitions to date, average about 5x without earnouts. I think the latest two acquisitions we made is 6 to 7x EBITDA. We have CAGR of 9%. Our target is 10%, and this is from the history from 15. And of course, we haven't owned the companies since then, but one can say that we have acquired companies with organic growth, and we maintained the organic growth quite high. We have two business units. One is products, 6 companies in that segment, and then we have industrial components of 7 companies. Or 8 companies with Boro, actually. We have pro forma revenue of 1 billion and 10% EBITDA pro forma. Last year, we have 12% organic growth, up from 8% in 2021. My own background is private equity. I've been 15 years at CapMan, heading the life science team. I'm a medical doctor and engineer. And in 15, I left CapMan and actually spent 1 year at Pareto. But I was a true entrepreneur, so I started Finwire with the first acquisition, Hedén, that I made privately. I'm being the CEO and still 5% of the shares in the company. Jacob Persson joined a year ago as CFO. He has business background from Ambea, head of IR and business control. And then Marcus Åkerstedt, COO, a year back, actually today. Acquired his company, Åkerstedts Verkstad, in 2019. And then he has remained in the board of Åkerstedts and also served a number of companies as industry expert in the portfolio, but joined as COO now in March last year. We have what differs perhaps from the other conglomerates or similar companies, also the big ones, AdTech, Lifco, and so on. We're focused very much on creating value and create additional growth and increase profit in our portfolio companies. We take care of the succession very soon after acquisition. We add management teams, team members also. We have actually changed the CEO in all companies after our acquisition from the entrepreneur. Some has been changed before we acquired a company, and some we do. We also add industry experts in our board of directors. We have Lars Frebo, for example, in Toralgen. He was formerly head of MIN's manufacturing and logistics, and other in all companies we have industrial external board members. We have a Finwire Academy, which is a training where we work with sales academy, improve sales, not just recruit sales teams. but also train the sales teams in order to be better. Actually, we have employed 20 sales reps since we have took over each company. So actually more than one per company since our takeover of the company. And that's mainly our buffer for a downturn. That is strengthening the sales teams and be very proactive. Very many Swedish companies, especially in the industry segments, are order takers rather than outgoing calls and try to find new customers. Also, we have a steady improvement program that is automation, lean, production, digitalization, ESG. So this is our programs throughout the group. ESG is, of course, one very important thing. We focus very much on ESG. We are heading to the main market, and that also will put that we have to follow the taxonomy. But I think the most important is to work with ESG questions in our companies to lower our CO2 emission. And also, actually, like Tor Ahlgren, each article or each SKU we offer to Scania and Volvo, there's a CO emission on the offer. So actually, we see also that we can take advantage to be very, very early on this work with ESG when it comes to SMEs. The big companies, as you know, they are already there and put pressure on vendors. And I think this is, you have to be there to work with ESG and also to lower not just the CO2 emission, but also water consumption and other things that you actually have as a waste when you produce products or also perform services. When it comes to our long-term strategy, it has been very important to create a platform, 1 billion SEK in sales and a number of companies building this. So we have a number of companies building up the EBITDA and also the revenue. So that has been actually the focus since 2016. Now we are there when it comes to the top line and also EBITDA. In Q4, as you also perhaps remember, this was a big feeling of big uncertainty. We have inflation, increased interest rates. We have the Ukraine war and also energy crisis, and that was a feeling in our companies that how will the 23 look like and also perhaps the Q4. We saw some slowdown in consumer segment. We call it post-COVID or after-COVID effect, and that was no butiker, home gym was slowed down a bit. But one should keep in mind in 2021 and 2020, there was a big boom when it comes to this kind of products when you couldn't go to the gym and train. And also we saw the signs for property development, family houses and property development slow down. We didn't see that in our numbers, but that there was a big uncertainty. We see signs of less competition, especially with e-commerce. A number of competitors to Nordbutiker went to reorganization and later bankruptcy, and that I think will improve the business climate for especially Nordbutiker going forward. As said, we took a very important steps to actually go from capital intensive build up of the organization and Seafire. We are now entering to a cash flow driven M&A and development strategy for acquired company and new companies, but also develop our portfolio companies. On December 21st, we made a director share issue of 250 million and also got a decision from our bank regarding debt financing. So that was a very, very important event in the Q4. Also, we announced that we're planning for the main market in 2023. We have been working quite intensively, especially with the refinancing. I think it was very important to be very early in this. We save actually 150,000 SEK per day in interest. That's 50 million annually basis, so that's a really relief on our financials. Also, we made announcement of acquisition of Borpannan. That's also a ESG company working with hot water tanks for heating tanks for hot water and heat pumps. 50% of Europe's heating in Northern Europe are done with oil and gas. And that's actually gas is instantly when you need the hot water, you burn gas or oil to heat the water. But with electricity, you have to have a tank. You can't heat the water instantly. So that's I say NIBE market. Actually, we saw a very big growth, 42% in this company, and we succeeded in a big competition to acquire the company. It had almost 150 million SEK in sales and also more than 10% in EBITDA. We see a very strong first month with 80% growth in January compared to last year. So this is a fantastic company, and we foresee to develop it further. That is just to actually take care of the demand. Today, I think it's 18 months. You have to wait for a heat pump. So this is just the beginning of this market growth. When it comes to the full year, we saw quite good growth in our portfolio companies, 10-15% of growth, but actually the same gross profit level. We couldn't actually have the gross profit margin in place, but this is also then the result where we have a margin down of 2.3%. It's mainly due to dollar. We are quite dollar sensitive on the negative side. About 10% or 1 kroner more for a US dollar euro have 10 million SEK in net result for the group. So actually we import more than we export. Also, we changed accounting principle for Solid Engineer that actually moved more than 35 million SEK in revenue and 17 million on our full year numbers. Pro forma, it was a profit that we moved forward of 23 million. And also, actually, even though we had this margin erosion, we saw majority of daughter companies improve the profit compared to 2021. But also in this context, we added some cost on the mother company with the team and also in main market plans. So that's why we're down a bit when it comes to the EBITDA margin. Just a short note on the Solid Engineer. We had in December we moved 33 million of the sales to 2023 and 2024. You see on the left panel there, and 14 million in EBITDA contribution. So that's a very significant change. But it's not lost revenues. It's the same cash flow as earlier, but just when we recognize the revenues. Organic growth was just 1% in Q4, but one should keep in mind that during 9 months in 2022, we have almost 20% organic growth and turned out to 12% on the full year. And last year, we had a very strong, or 2021, we had a very strong Q4 with 33% of organic growth. So it was actually better than it looked. When it comes to our business segment, we have the industrial components on the left. We have organic growth of 7%, even though we had very big challenges with one company. It's Toralgren, working with Scania, and they had stop in their factories several times during Q4. But we see increased cost for materials, energy, and logistics. So our margin is down a bit, but it's mainly that we can't really increase the prices that much as the goods for the cost of goods. We have increased cost for energy, logistics, and so on. That actually reduced the margin. When it comes to products, we have one company, especially one company that had significant lower revenue. It was Ludafarm. It was more of product mix. We have more sales to the industry segment, which actually has a better gross profit margin than the agri business, but it was down 30%. And also together with the impact of Solid Engineer, which actually took out very much of the EBIT margin. So if you add 14.4 to 5.7, we are on the plus side, not 10%, but not far from it. So all in all, quite stable Q4. And the main impact here is the Solid Engineer, the change of revenue recognition. Seafire share, we are trading about 21 SEK, 900 million almost in market cap. Creades is the biggest owner. They joined the owner list 2 years ago when we raised the bond. And then we have a good owner list with Berenberg, Alcur, or Handelsbanken. So we had the capacity in the group, in the owner group, when we made this capital raise in Q4, but Handelsbanken founder was a new one there. And also myself is on 4%. If you look at the outlook for this year, we see quite stable Q1. So far, it will be a bumpy road, but it has been as in 2020, 21, 22. We see a very good demand in majority of companies, and also some companies we see a pickup from Q4 levels now in Q1. We work actively with our Seafire Academy, with sales, as said, and also steady improvement in ESG. The most important thing we announced last week is the change to bank financing, where we actually had a relief of 50 million per year from Q2. Our interest rate go from 11.7 to 6.1 with the STIBOR 90 at current levels of 3.20 around. We will go now from building the platform to a cash flow driven M&A strategy, and also develop our portfolio companies. And also we target for main list here now in first half of the year. We are very well on the timeline for this. Financial targets, we haven't had that in the past, but we announced that also with the Q4. Our target is net sales growth of 15%, out of which 10% should be organic growth. We have EBITDA margin of 10% as a target. Long-term net debt goal is 2 to 3.25. And M&A, as said, we made Bure right now in a month ago, and we foresee to consolidate this year and then look forward to perhaps some add-ons, but also some new deals. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Johan. Let's move on to some questions. So Seafire is obviously a very acquisition-driven company. Could you tell us a bit about what you look for in companies when you aim to acquire them? What's your process like?
Well, what we look for is in simple words, good companies with good owners, and that means they take care of the personnel, the customers, and the vendors. They have good financials also. I think we have a quite broad portfolio, as you see here, but we look for areas that actually long-term can have a higher growth than the GDP. And ESG is very important for us. We don't acquire companies within plastic production or that kind of things. And when it comes to find this, I would say narrow it down why we acquired some companies and not others, of course, we see that some of our competitors, especially in the trade and Lagercrantz, they acquire some of our actually the deals that we have looked at. But our strategy is not perhaps to find synergies between companies. And I think Lagercrantz and the big ones, they don't have synergies between companies either. They have training schools as we do, but I mean, to move to add synergies, to take out costs and so on, that's very hard when you have legal entities running the business. So we look to, in short words, we look for niche companies with a good growth and a good margin, so we can start from to create further value. But of course, we add some cost initially with team expansion in order to reduce the succession risk or the operational risk. I don't really actually have the right answer to your question because I will not tell you how we do it. But of course, I've been doing this for 20 years, so it's in my spine how to do it. But I think we have been quite successful in finding those companies and see that we also can be a good owner of the company. In some companies, we see that, okay, the entrepreneur will not leave the control, and then it's not us. There are others that can work with those. And also that you see that you will not compete in the long term with digitalization or some change in the market. I mean, one thing that we acquired, Åkestet Verkstad, which is fans, industrial fans, targeted fans or they are designed for a purpose. And that's, if you buy that from China, you can buy it from perhaps 30% of the cost, but it takes 8 weeks on the boat for logistics, and often you have 2-3 weeks from order to delivery. So they will not be a competitor. You can't fly them on a jumbo jet. So that's we look that you can't really find a competitor that you actually can outsource to Asian country also manufacturing. So that's one reflection of it.
All right, that sounds good. So 2022 was a very eventful year for Seafire. What's the outlook going into 2023? Do you have a plan?
Yeah, of course we have a plan. I think the financing has been a main target. We see still perhaps 10% organic growth could be quite hard, given also that we have some companies that targeted the pricing to metal prices in London, for example, and they have to reduce. So that's Torhagen and others that actually will, with the same volume, have lower prices and negative organic growth. But we foresee at least 5%. I think Bore can be still not perhaps 40%, but they can really lift the group. Our target is to get back to more than 10% EBITDA, adjusted EBITDA. Now we're 9% something. We see solid, the change on solid we see in Q1 now that we can reverse the revenues, and that will be a positive impact. And the last thing here is to go to the main market. So I think we're doing quite well. I think it's very good that we have made this financing in place. Okay, now we have 2 weeks to actually do it, but that was the main. So we can actually have control over our own balance sheet and cash flow, so we don't have to go to the market. So that's I think that's the major thing here.
Thank you, Johan. That's all we have time for today. Thank you all for listening.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to ABG Investor Days. My name is Adrian Gilani, and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG, and I will be moderating the following presentation, which will be given by Sonny Mirborn, CEO at Alcadon. He will give a roughly 20-minute presentation, and hopefully we'll have time for some quick Q&A after that. And with that being said, I'll hand it over to you, Sonny.
Thank you, Adrian. Happy to be here today. Let me start by introducing myself a little bit. I've been with Alcadon for about 3.5 to 4 years now. It's been a very interesting journey, and I hope to show you today that it's going to continue to be an interesting journey. Before Alcadon, I was a business unit director with AdTech, a Swedish serial acquirer listed. I've also been the MD, managing director or CEO of 2 companies in the electrical installation industry, one Swedish distributor and one Norwegian manufacturer. I've also been an investment manager for Swedish Nordstjernan, and I've been a strategy consultant previously. But let's start to talk a little bit about Alcadon. We were founded in 1988, focused a lot on Sweden and Norway for several years. Now, we've always had market-leading positions in all the technology trends that you've seen in our markets, whether it be 3G, 4G, the broadband rollout, or upcoming 5G. Since we were listed in 2016, we have done a number of acquisitions. In the beginning, we focused on acquisitions in Sweden and Norway specifically to maintain our strong foothold in those 2 markets. But about 3.5 years ago, when I entered the company, we said that we have a pretty good concept, we have a good customer solution, let's bring that out to other markets. When we said that, we started to do acquisitions, and we entered the Danish market, the German market, Benelux, and now recently the UK this summer. So we took our concept, broadly speaking, into several other markets, and we have done so rather successfully the last 3 years. We are a professional distributor. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that later and what that actually means. But we have over 200 suppliers today, and I would say that 25 to 30 of them are partners, vital partners of ours that we work very closely with. Worth mentioning here also when we speak about Alcadon in broad terms is our employees. About 15% of the ownership of Alcadon is in the hands of us working for the company. And that is spread throughout the organization. Even people in the warehouse own shares in Alcadon. And we have a very loyal and motivated workforce, and I would really like to highlight this. Employee Net Promoter Score that we follow quite closely was about 40 in 2022. This is a score that measures the overall motivation of employees. I'd say that having 40 is not only on the top of our industry, it's on the top of any industry in Europe today. So this is something where we really stand out. But let's talk a little bit about what we actually do. You could say that our products are products that you normally don't see every day. When we talk about outdoor connectivity or FTTX, fiber to the X, these are products that enable the transfer of data between areas, between cities, between different properties. And essentially, we're talking about fiber optic cables, duct systems, street cabinets, boxes. Most of the products you don't see because they are dug into the ground, they are in the subsea level, but they enable this transfer of data. We also got indoor connectivity. These are products that make sure the connectivity works in any type of property. It could be a hospital, could be an office, could be a data center. And normally what happens is that you have a fiber optic cable going down through the basement of a property, up through the building, and you have copper cables and network sockets all over each floor in the workplace stations. You have active and passive equipment. What you call all of this is basically a structured cabling system. So to enjoy the benefits of connectivity indoors, you need a structured cabling system. Also, products that you don't see behind the walls of any type of property where you are today, basically. In a financial institution, for example, like a bank, you often have a data center in the basement with cabinets and cabling systems. This is also a major business area for us, where we supply products needed for an enterprise data center to actually function. So 2 business area of ours, I would say today is about 50-50 in our presence, but it's important for us to be in both of them. I want to speak a little bit about the market drivers, what actually drives our business going forward. The main thing is the increasing volumes of data. You all want to stream movies, you want to work from home, you want to enjoy the benefits of Internet of Things or IoT. This puts a little bit strain on the network infrastructure. It needs to be robust and reliable. But it also creates a demand for storage capacity or data centers, essentially. Important segment for us, we focus on the small data centers. Co-location, enterprise data centers, not the big hyperscales like Amazon or Google, but the small ones that energy companies have, the financial institutions, for example. Very important area for us where we started really focusing in 2019, but we had the products basically since 15 years back. But since we started focusing on this area, we have grown between 25 and 40% a year. So it's a very interesting business area for us. When you speak about network infrastructure, you often talk about FTTX. And when you speak about FTTX, you often talk about broadband or FTTH, which is very popular today in many companies. And as you can see here, this is the penetration of internet or broadband subscriptions in several markets. In the red ones, we are present today. And if we look at the most mature market that we are present in today with Sweden, 64% of the households have internet subscriptions or broadband subscriptions. Sounds a lot, but almost 30% of the investments to reach the government targets for broadband penetration in Sweden remains. We have a huge broadband rollout still remaining in Sweden, even though it's a mature market. If you look at the UK, Germany, and Belgium, huge amounts of fiber are being needed. I think ABG did an analysis of the requirements of passive equipment for a broadband rollout in Germany alone is expected to grow with about 26% a year for the next 5 to 10 years. Substantial growth. And this is a moving target. Population growth, technological development, these increasing volumes of data each year makes this a constantly moving target. These are the 6 fastest growing markets today in Europe when it comes to homes passed by fiber. We are present in 3 of them. This is a conscious decision that we have made to change the organic growth structure of Alcaron over time. So far, that has been a successful strategy of ours. But fiber deployment is not only driven by FTTH. A lot of countries like the UK and Germany, they have a copper structure built out since many, many years back. And there is a strong incentive for government to switch this to fiber. One of the strongest incentives is due to the fact that the greenhouse gas emissions are reduced by almost 88% when you switch from copper to less energy demanding fiber. This is a strong incentive, especially today when we speak a lot about sustainability trends. And let's not forget 5G. Most of you heard about 5G, of course. When you have a 5G antenna or base station and compare that to a 4G antenna or base station, the range of a 5G base station is significantly less than a 4G one. So you need more 5G base stations to get a full coverage of a nation, for example. A lot of base stations. And all of these antennas or base stations need fiber. So wireless is our friend, actually, because it requires fiber. And that's something that not many people understand always when you look from the outside of our industry. And let's not forget indoor connectivity. This is most of the bandwidth used today. And for indoor connectivity to work, you need cabling systems. This is one of our core businesses. We are the absolute market leaders in the premium segments in several geographical markets today in this segment, and we have been for many, many years. The growth in this area have been stable since 15, 20 years back, and it's probably going to continue to be stable for the next 15, 20 years going forward as well. And with increasing amounts of data, this might scale up even more significantly. This was a little bit short about the drivers behind our market. Looking at the value chain in our business, we are focused on product management, product development, production, and professional distribution. Our business model has not changed significantly since 1995, basically, so it's quite stable and it works very well for us. Part of what we do is own developed systems. Most of the time we outsource manufacturing and production. Sometimes we have assembly operations and production ourselves, but we create customer-specific, locally adapted solutions together with our customers. This gives us a certain type of uniqueness in many of our markets. But we also, the main part of our business is professional distribution. We represent 1, 2, or even 15 or 20 globally leading manufacturers in our local markets. In fiber optic cables, for example, we have 7 manufacturers globally that we represent in different markets. What this gives us is flexibility, and it also ensures that we do not miss a technology trend because we represent the leading manufacturers. So this is a well-functioning business model with flexibility and uniqueness. Our competitors, you'll find them in the distribution and wholesaler space mostly. Some of them are professional distributors, often rather small, a limited geographical exposure. Sometimes they represent 1 or 2 globally leading manufacturers, and they have quite a narrow product portfolio. But on the other hand, we have the wholesalers, box moving capacity, logistical capabilities that are very well functioning. But they have a different focus than we do and significantly lower gross margins as well. They are not working with value add the way we do. And we have some players that are similar to Alcaron, like ETC Group of France, Amadis of Belgium, that we together with them probably lead the European consolidation of distributors in the network infrastructure space today, similar to us. But what we can see is that there is a strategic position for us, a demand for a player like Alcaron in the market today. Someone who has flexibility, someone who can develop products and systems together with the customers, focusing on premium solutions, quality solutions, someone who are present in both cabling, data centers, and FTTX, which many of our customers are today. So there is a place for us, and we know that our customers are quite satisfied with us. A large share, a vast majority of our customers have purchased products and systems from us on a regular basis for more than 10 years. And the top 10 customers are most often not the same from year to year. They often come back on the top 10 list, but due to project-related business, they come back and go out. You'll find them across several types of companies, wholesalers, data centers, installers, but the average customer is basically an installer. A small to mid-sized installer could be 20 to 30 employees, companies that you would rarely know about. But here are some of the more well-known customers of ours. Now, our values to focus on competence and solution orientation, they are designed to actually facilitate this strategic positioning that we favor and find favorable in the market. A little bit short per market. I'm not going to go in depth into these, but our largest market today is the UK. We had quite a significant growth in Q4 2022. It was actually 35% in local currencies, but a very interesting market, perhaps the most interesting market in network infrastructure today in Europe, and a nice mix of different business segments in that market for us. The same with Sweden. A mature market, many people says, but we grew with 17%. There's still a lot to do in Sweden. And we grew actually in all segments in Sweden during Q4. The same there, a very nice mix. In Denmark and Norway, we exhibited negative growth rates in Q4, but in total, 2022 was a good year in both of those markets. Sometimes this is a bit project related as well. When we acquired the company in Denmark 2 years ago, it was 100% FTTH. But with the capacity we had, we launched other products, installation projects, cabling, data centers, and we hired people in Denmark. This proved successful, but so far it's only 12% of the turnover, but it's rapidly growing, and the mix in Denmark is probably going to look vastly different a few years from now. Benelux, a priority area for us, growth of pro forma of 55% in Q4. Perhaps some of you saw that we recently took a deal with the Belgian operator Fiberklaar, an EQT-owned, part-owned company, operator in Belgium, where we took a deal of 5 years worth 16 million euros over that period. So it's an important market for us that is very rapidly growing. The same with Germany, where we're starting off from a very low level, but we had a growth of 36% in Q4. We're rapidly ramping up there, focusing today exclusively on FTTH. But 5 years from now, we are going to be present in more business areas there as well. Worth noticing here is that people speak about high growth markets. I don't like to use that term, but 50% of our sales is in high growth markets today. And the other 50% in more mature markets, mainly the Nordics, is very capital efficient. We have an EBITDA over net working capital of between 70 and 90%. That could be compared with serial acquirers that have targets of 45% in these markets. When growth slows down, we are extremely capital efficient, which comes naturally with the business model of being a distributor. Shortly about the highlights of Q4, we had a very strong growth, over 90% EBITDA and sales growth. I think it's important here also to look at the organic pro forma growth, because that better reflects the UK acquisition that we did. That is about 40% of our turnover, over 20%, which I hope reflect the organic growth going forward as well. Solid EBITDA margins, nice operating cash flow. We did tie up too much capital. Still some disruptions in the supply chain that we are suffering for. And when you are growing quite rapidly organically, you tie up a lot of capital, which we did. A bit too much, I'd say, during Q4. Otherwise, I think we have a solid financial position going forward in the company and a good liquidity. Some other highlights. The main market listing process is about to start for us in 2023. Some of the main requirements we already fulfill since many years back, but we started that process. I mentioned the Fiberklaar deal. An important topic for us is pricing power. Now with the cost inflation that you see, normally, a normal year, we move on our cost increases within 1 to 3 months to most of our customers. That's what you usually see. In 2022, it took a longer time. The reason for that being that the prices just continued to go up and we couldn't keep the pace up. And the exchange rate development was very unfavorable. But in Q4, we showed that we are able to fast forward or put forward our prices in accordance with the cost inflation. We talked about the growth rates of several of our markets. I'm going to show some more information here. Doesn't matter if you look from 2019 or 2015, we have been able historically to achieve rather high growth rates, a mix of organic and acquired growth, I'd have to say, but still a high growth rate. And when we set these long-term targets, annual targets over a business cycle, we said that our target is to achieve 20% sales growth every year. And we showed during our Capital Markets Day in September, which you can find on our webpage, that we have been able to achieve this with a mix of organic and acquired growth. The same with our profitability, EBITDA above 10%. This is what we have today in our mature markets. And it's going to be achieved in our fast-growing markets as well, with leverage from high growth. If I want you to bring something with you today after this presentation, it is that we are a market-leading company within several segments within network infrastructure, in several geographical markets, and within the premium segment where we are able to charge for our value-adding services. Many of our customers view us as a competence center, and this is how we market ourselves towards our customers, that we do value add, we do competence selling value-add services. I think we have proven also that throughout the years, we have been able to add value through acquisitions. Now we choose our targets wisely. Companies that we know, in many cases we have worked with them for a long time. They are positioned like we are positioned in the same industry, just new geographical markets. And also I think that what speaks well of Alcon is our loyal customers, as I mentioned before. And we have proven that our customer offer works outside of the Nordic region. Of course, through acquisitions where our acquired businesses also have strong customer offers, but we have been able to win rather large deals on the European continent by having the kind of full-scale offer that we have. And probably the most important thing is that we have a European agenda. It's quite ambitious. We are on track. By 2025, we want to have a turnover of 2.6 billion SEK and an EBITDA of 280 million. These are targets that are going to be reached mainly by an organic growth, but also by continuing to acquire profitable businesses within our industry. And I usually say we just got started, but we are definitely on our way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that presentation. I'll go straight ahead with some Q&A. I can actually start off with the last thing you mentioned about your ambitious 2025 targets of 280 million EBITDA. It implies some margin expansion as well. Can you just talk a bit about what needs to happen between today and 2025 in order to reach that target?
Sure. You can say that some of the companies we acquired have somewhat lower operating margins than we do, but it is within our targets to increase that with the leverage of growth. And we've seen that, for example, in Network Center, a large company that we acquired in the UK. Also, during Q4, we managed to scale up the margin side due to the leverage on the growth side. So it is definitely possible, and we see that from our existing markets that it's definitely achievable to reach above 10% in EBITDA margin.
Okay. And you mentioned quite early on, and several times actually, how important acquisitions are in your strategy. Can you just talk a bit about sort of the synergy effects that you get from acquiring new companies and perhaps moving into new markets and technology niches?
Sure. I mean, we are a distributor, we have our own products, but what happens when we acquire a company within the same niche is that when you put people in the same room from different markets working with the same type of industry, what happens is that they share experiences. They say that, oh, you lack a blowing machine for fiber. We have that from Norway or from Sweden. We can share that expertise, and we can talk to this manufacturer and see if we can represent you also in the UK. We can launch our own products in some countries, like in Denmark, for example, where that has been hugely successful. We have a data center team across Europe that helps each other share products, share manufacturers, share expertise. A lot of things, very nice things, happen when you are within the same industry, and we have seen this both in Denmark, but also now in Belgium and in the UK in a rather short time space.
Okay, that's a bit interesting because the UK acquisition, when you acquired them, they had a significantly lower gross margin than the rest of the group. Would you say that they are, thanks to those synergy effects, already sort of in line with the rest, and can they come in line with the rest?
No, I don't think the gross margins will or have improved significantly, and I don't think that's where the main advantage will come from entering Alcadon Group. I think it's more about adding a customer value offer. For example, they are selling to the FTTH industry today. They have 3 out of the 5 most important products that their customers needs. The rest we have in other parts of the group. We also have a production facility outside of Copenhagen where we can add products to the UK, which they desperately need to continue to grow at the pace they do. So it's a cooperation between different countries.
Okay. Another thing I found interesting was you talking about pricing power, which, to be fair, you've also proven over the quarters here that you are able to move prices on towards customers. But typically, perhaps you don't associate distributors with having strong pricing power. So what's the reasoning behind that, or what's the secret?
I'd say it depends on the market position. And I mean, we don't sell on price mainly. And this is something that we really try to instill in all the staff of the group, that don't sell on price, sell on the value add offer that we do. And one example of this is that when I visited the UK, for example, I entered the warehouse and I see 12 cabinets standing there, and they have a data center customer coming in from one of the major financial institutions in the London district. I was behind them listening to what they talked about with the key account manager. And basically what we did, or Network Center did, was that they provided them with a number of different solutions to their problems, some of which they asked for, some of which they didn't ask for, but what was better for them, but more expensive, which they ended up choosing. So it's more about selling a solution. And when you do that, price is not the major differentiator. If you're a box mover selling a logistical capability, price is essential, of course.
Yeah. I think we have time for one final question, and it's just a bit regarding the sort of pitch when you come in and you have to compete with all these other distributors. You showed us the large number of competitors on the screen.
Yeah.
You talked a bit about your wholesale offer. Would you say that that's the main pitch for why customers are choosing Alcadon, or are there other factors behind that as well?
Depends from case to case, but in many aspects, I've seen that the premium, the quality offer matters a lot. That we have these very well-known brands, and that we adjust those brands to fit our customers' needs, matters a lot. But some of our customers, for example, are doing a data center in the basement of the company, but they also need the fiber to the premises, and they need a structural cabling system. And very few companies today can follow the customer for whatever needs they have in connectivity. We're not fully there yet. We don't have everything, but I'd say that there are few players globally that have the same width of our offer today.
Okay. With that being said, I'd like to thank you once again for your presentation and for answering all of my questions. And I'll just leave it up to you if you'd like to give any final remarks before we round off.
No, I feel quite done. Any questions from the audience? Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hej och välkommen tillbaka till ABG Sundal Colliers Investor Day. Mitt namn är Hanna Forsgren och jag jobbar som aktieanalytiker här på ABG. Med mig idag har jag Ecoclime och Per Aspergren, tillfällig vd som ska presentera bolaget.
Tackar. Tack så mycket för att komma hit och presentera bolaget. Texterna är på engelska, men jag tänkte jag kör på svenska eller skånska. Så kanske det funkar lite bättre. Ecoclime är ett, som en del av er vet, vi finns ju på Premier First North. Men vi är faktiskt vi är 10 år gammalt bolag, vi firar 10 år i år. Och det vad vi håller på med, det är helt enkelt kostnadseffektiv energiåtervinning. Och framförallt från fastigheter, men inte bara fastigheter utan även industrier. Och det jag tänkte berätta lite grann om, det är liksom vad vi gör, hur vi ser på tiden framgent och vilka produkter och tjänster som vi arbetar med. Och tar vi då i en byggnad i huset där, så dels så det som vi är nästan ensamma med. Det är helt enkelt återvinning av varmvatten ur avloppsvatten. Sen håller vi på med geoenergi, det vill säga bergvärme som vi kombinerar med kyla och värmeanläggningar. Det vill säga kan man kombinera bergvärme med kyl- och värmeanläggningar så kan man nästan få ett helt cirkulärt slutsystem. Därför att som ni känner till så en luftkonditioneringsanläggning som även används som en värmepump, den sprutar ju ut värme ur det ena röret och kyla ur det andra. Och kan man koppla ihop det här i flera fastigheter, tänker logistikfastigheter där man har en logistiklokal som behöver värmas till 20 grader och en annan som måste vara kylskåpskall. Då kan man parallellkoppla det här. Och sen så lagrar man värme respektive kylan i hålen. Sen så håller vi på med LED-belysning och laddboxar också. Och ovanför allt det här, för att det här ska kunna fungera så att 1 + 1 blir mer än 2, så behövs det så att säga vad kallar för smarta och listiga fastighetsautomationssystem. Och där har vi en verksamhet som håller på med det. Så att vi uppdelade i 3 affärsområden som vi kallar det för. Dels smarta fastigheter, cirkulär energi och inomhusklimat. Jag kommer framförallt att prata om den cirkulära energin, lite grann kring smarta fastigheter också. Och Ecoclime som grupp, det består av ett antal dotterbolag, och de dotterbolagen har förvärvats i syfte att de ska så att säga bidra till helheten. Men i mitten så finns det vi kallar för spillvatten eller avloppsvärmevattenåtervinning. Och vi håller på med hela kedjan själva. Vi vill ha koll på allting själv. Från produktutveckling till produktion, till försäljning, design och så vidare. Och allt det här finns då i Sverige. Och även om vi är en väldigt liten firma, vi är totalt drygt 100 stycken. Men vi finns både i Stockholmsområdet och vi har en fabrik i Vilhelmina och sen så har vi en mjukvaruutveckling i Arvika. Men jag vill prata lite extra om det här med återvinning av värme från avloppsvatten. För att det är inte speciellt vanligt ännu. Det kommer att bli väldigt vanligt. Det håller på att bli väldigt vanligt. Och anledningen till det här är att, jag ska försöka förklara, det är lite liten text så jag ber om ursäkt för det. Men det här är ur en forskningsuppsats i Linköpings universitet. Man har helt enkelt tittat på hur i flerbostadsfastigheter, hur kan man och med hur mycket kan man spara energi. Och börjar vi längst upp till höger så har vi liksom fönsterbyte. Och där fönsterbyten svarar för upp till 20-25% av möjlig energibesparing i fastighet. Där man byter till treglas och beroende på vad de har för värde, om det är 0,8 eller 1,2. Sen nästa, det gråa, ja det är naturligtvis det är väggisolering, 6% det är takinstallationer och sen har det 23% som där på engelska heter ventilation heat recovery. På svenska så brukar man kalla för FTX, det är luftvärmeväxling. Det vill säga man återanvänder värmen ur inomhusluften. Men sen så finns det nästan den största tårtbiten och det är nämligen möjlig återvinning av varmvattnet som en fastighet behöver. Och det är där som vi kommer in, de här sista dryga 30%. Och det fascinerande är att om man tar idag exempelvis nyproducerade bostadsfastigheter. Så de har korrekta fönster, de är välisolerade, de har nästan alltid FTX-system för återvinning av luftvärme. Så att de är mycket mer energieffektiva än vad fastigheterna var tidigare. Men de har fortfarande ingen som helst återvinning av värmen från spillvattnet. Så att om man tittar på gamla byggnader så kan man säga att av en gammal bostadsfastighet, hur mycket så att säga av energiförlusterna så att säga kan man återvinna med vatten. Va? Och då är det 17%. Men är det en nybyggd jätteeffektiv fastighet så kan man återvinna precis lika mycket energi som i de gamla. Men eftersom de nya är mycket effektiva så blir det en mycket större andel av den ytterligare möjliga energiåtervinningen. Och jag plågar er med ännu ett diagram här. Det här diagrammet illustrerar då så att säga hur mycket det teoretiskt finns att spara i energiåtervinning i fastigheter som är byggda vid olika tidpunkter. Och då kan ni se att de största staplarna hittar ni där 1961 till 1975 och det är miljonprogrammet. Det var ju då det byggdes som mest i Sverige. Därför blir alla de staplarna som högst. Och här ser man då också beroende på hur gammal fastigheten är, hur mycket potential det finns att spara om man byter fönster, om man väggisolerar, lägger på nytt tak och så vidare. Men vad jag var inne på då i förra bilden det är att även i helt nya fastigheter så finns det att spara. Därför ingen ny fastighet i princip, det finns några nu, men nya fastigheter, man har inte återvinningen av avloppsvatten, värme från avloppsvatten. Det är det som återstår. Så om man bygger en ny flerbostadsfastighet idag så brukar de ha en total, när man får sina energicertifikat så brukar det i regel ligga på någonstans mellan 70 till 80 kilowattimmar per kvadratmeter yta bostad och år. Och då är man så långt nere, då är det bara det här man har kvar att göra. Men om det nu kommer ut nya bestämmelser som säger att nej, det måste nybyggda fastigheter från 2030, det har inte kommit ännu men det är nog på väg. Va? De får inte släppa ut mer än så att säga 50 kilowatt per kvadratmeter år. Och då är det finns lite grann att göra på fönstersidan. Va? Men annars, de är utrustade från början med FTX-system och annat. Ska man verkligen få ner förbrukningen av energi, då det är enormt dyra och nya installationer. Men eftersom man inte har något sätt idag att ta hand om värmen från spillvatten, va? Så installerar man det så går man direkt från 75 till 50. Så att om man vill komma ner så att säga garanterat i som man kallar för energiklass A eller B, va? Och man har en relativt nybyggd fastighet, va? Då kommer man dit ner direkt med installation av det här. Givet att fastigheten är lämpad för installation. De flesta är, men inte alla. Så vi ser ju här då en väldigt stor marknad för det här. Det är en väldigt stor marknad. Och vi har då påbörjat installationerna av det här sen ett par år tillbaks. Men vi är i uppskalningsskedet nu. Jag tror jag hoppar över den här och helt enkelt berättar lite varför det har tagit sån tid att få fram den här och varför vi tror att vi kommer att vara ensamma om den här under en rätt lång tid. Och det har att göra med att när man ska ta hand om värme från avloppsvatten så avloppsvatten är inte så skoj i sig. Man vill ju helst inte se det, ännu mindre lukta. Det ska bara försvinna bort till reningsverket och så är man av med det. Va? Så det innebär ju att ska man liksom samla upp det där så får det vara i ett tätt sammanhang. Men sen är det också det att ska man fånga upp energin på ett meningsfullt sätt så kan man liksom inte försöka dra ut energin ur ett avloppsvatten som rinner i ett rör. För då hinner liksom rinna bort innan du hinner så att säga, tillgodogöra det värmen. Utan du måste hitta ett sätt för att du kan liksom samla upp avloppsvattnet, så att säga, tanka ur värmen om uttrycket tillåts och sen släppa vidare avloppsvattnet mot reningsverket. Det är det ena. Det andra är också att vi förbrukar i allmänhet mest vatten på morgnarna när vi stiger upp och på sen eftermiddag och kvällar när vi kommer hem igen. Det är inte helt jämnt vattenflöde under ett dygn. Och därför måste man också kunna samla upp avloppsvattnet så man kan ha så att säga en successiv så att man under hela dygnets timmar kan så att säga extrahera värme ur det. För annars så går effektiviteten ner. Så det är väl liksom det är det första hindret. Va? Hur i all sin dag i ett variabelt flöde när det inte rinner vatten på natten, hur ska man ändå få en effektiv värmeåtervinning så att säga under hela dygnets timmar. Det andra är då, som det står här, harsh conditions. Och vi kan ju alla föreställa oss vad som åker ner i avloppsvattnet, både från toaletter och handfat, tvättmaskiner och diskmaskiner. Men det intressanta är att snitttemperaturen på avloppsvattnet när det lämnar lägenheten, det är kring 25 grader. Och snitttemperaturen när färskvattnet kommer in till fastigheten, det ligger väl på ungefär på 7 grader. Och det är vad vi då försöker göra, eller vad vi gör, det är att vi tar avloppsvattnet 25 grader och så sänker vi ner det till 7 och för tillbaks mellanskillnaden till fastigheten och sen så är det tillbaks till 7 när det går iväg till reningsverket. Men det behövs ju ett vettigt, sen ska man integrera det här också så att man dels får ur värmen och sen också att man kan köra tillbaks värmen så att det återigen kan värma vattnet. Och då är den första patenterade delen som vi har. Det är den här värmeväxlaren. Den ser inte mycket ut för världen. Va? Men det behövdes, talade fabrikschefen om för mig, att det var 17 000 pressningar av den där innan den fungerade som den skulle. Då pratar vi liksom flera år av perfektion. Så det är dels själva mönstret och konstruktionen av den som är patenterat. Och sen så är det här specialmaterialet. Därför att med tanke på vad som kommer ner i ett avloppsvatten så måste man ha ett material som i princip det ska tåla precis allt. Både vad det gäller kemikalier och fekalier och you name it. Och det gör det här. Och vi har hållit på och utprovat det här under ett flertal år också. Och så det är det här som är så att säga kärnan i det hela. Och den är patenterad. Tror jag för de närmaste 14-15 åren. Sen vad vi gör då, det är att vi tar av de där värmeväxlarna så bygger vi ihop dem. Så det är väl totalt en 18 stycken i det vi kallar för ett rack. De där sänker vi ner i en tank. Och då ser den bilden ut så här. Att så här funkar det. Längst ner till vänster så är det då en pumpgrop. Den är lite större än vad det ser ut där. Va? Men den pumpgropen, där fångar vi upp allt avloppsvatten som kommer från en lägenhet. Och där finns en kniv också som ser till och försöker och slå sönder om det kommer lite större och tyngre grejer ner genom avloppet. Va? Sen så skickar vi iväg det till bufferttankar. Och ifrån de bufferttankarna så går det vidare, eller bufferttanken som är 2:an, så går det sen vidare till det vi kallar för så att säga kollektortanken. Och det är i den kollektortanken, det är där värmeväxlarna sitter. Och det är där värmeväxlarna drar ut värmen ur avloppsvattnet. Och sen kör vi in det varmare vattnet då i en värmepump nummer 4. Och i värmepumpen, det är där man får så att säga utväxlingen och turboeffekten. Och för att sen slutligen hamna i varmvattenberedaren igen. Och då är det där som 60-70 grader värme. Och då värmer det upp vattnet igen. Så är det ett slutet kretslopp. Det bara går hela tiden. Sen så fort här på 3:an då, så när det då är neddraget till 7 grader, ja, då ser ni så att säga slangen som går ut. Va? Då skickar man ut det till reningsverket och sen tar man in en ny omgång avloppsvatten som då håller 25 grader. Så på det viset så utjämnar vi så att säga så utjämnar vi dygnsflödena. Så att hade vi inte haft värmepumpen där så hade vi kanske haft en effektivitetsgrad på ungefär så att säga, återvinna 25%. Men genom att ha värmepumpen där så får vi upp återvinningsgraden till 90%. Och det är då det blir ekonomiskt intressant. För det måste det vara. Så det är så här som det ser ut i korthet. Och det här är vår stora produkt och det är den som vi har så att säga huvudfokuset på i år. Och de av er som känner till Ecoclime sedan tidigare vet ju att det finns ju installationsverksamheter, installationsbolag kopplade till Ecoclime. Och syftet med installationsbolagen det är just att installera de här. Så att från början då så när vi först tog fram de här, ja, då var det ju bara ifrån fabriken vi kunde installera. Då fick man åka ut därifrån och det gör ju att då kan man inte installera så många per år om man först ska tillverka dem och sen ska man iväg och installera dem. Så att då förvärvade vi installationsbolag då inom rör- och fläkt- och ventilationssidan. Och där håller vi nu på att styra om så att deras verksamhet går mer och mer från, så att säga, traditionella VVS-uppdrag till installation av våra anläggningar här. Vi kallar dem för Everterm. Och i fjol tror jag vi gjorde i storleksordningen, eller i varje fall vi sålde väl typ kring 18 system. Och i år hoppas vi kunna räkna med att sälja lite grann mer också. Va? Så att vi har en kontinuerlig installation nu. Så att det här är liksom basen. Sen har vi så mycket annat. Men jag tänkte, eftersom tiden går, ni kanske har lite frågor. Och det är det här som är det mest intressanta i Ecoclime. Och en fråga är där, men finns det inga konkurrerande system? Och då är svaret inga som vi har hittat. Det finns de som försöker att extrahera värme ur avloppsvatten genom att söka fånga värmen när det går, så att säga, när vattnet rinner ner. Men det blir så låg värmeåtervinningsprocent så att det är ekonomiskt. Det är väldigt tveksamt. Sen som är problemet för många, det är ju liksom att det är en sak att ta hand om vattnet som kommer från diskmaskin och tvättmaskin. Men avloppsvattnet från toaletterna är ju lite brutalare. Va? Och grejen är i nästan alla fastigheter så går alla rören från lägenheten, de går ut i samma stam. Så alla typer av avloppsvatten hamnar direkt i ett rör så att du kan liksom inte välja bort. Så du måste kunna klara av allt. Och det är det riktigt svåra. Så att vi har i dagsläget inga direkta konkurrenter på det här. Och så får man se om det så småningom dyker upp i framtiden. Men vi har patenterat de här bitarna. Va? Och förmodligen så finns det alltid någon i Kina som skulle kunna replikera det här om de hade tillräckligt många pengar och hade tillräckligt lång tid på sig. Va? Men vi tror inte liksom, marknaden är inte så där gigantisk världsmarknad. Den här passar bäst i lite kallare klimat. Så att vi säljer den här i Sverige och sen så har vi precis nu påbörjat en resa i Tyskland. Och så där vi dels har varit nere själv och träffat några potentiella kunder. Sen är vi med i något som kallas för någon Cleantech Summit som är tillsammans med Tysk-Svenska handelskammaren och Energimyndigheten. Och är nere och bearbetar tyska myndigheter, fastighetsbolag, även industrier. Så att vi räknar med att kunna innan årets slut så hoppas vi kunna ha fått våra första order till Tyskland. Och vi är då koncentrerade på norra Tyskland. Det är så pass stort som man måste koncentrera sig där. Så att för oss är det Berlin, Hamburg och Düsseldorf som är de mest intressanta ställena. Så att det kan man säga om det. Jag gör så här att jag fortsätter, jag ser tiden gå här. Jag tänkte inte prata så mycket om siffrorna mer än att här har ni omsättningssiffrorna. Som ni ser så ökar det väldigt kraftigt under 2022. Det beror inte bara, men det är största delen på att det förvärvades dotterbolaget Miljöbelysning som bidrog med en 78 miljoner i omsättning för 2022. Och vi ser en fortsatt kraftig tillväxt där för 2023 också. Resultatmässigt så får man väl erkänna av 2022 inte det året som man skriver hem till mamma om. Utan det var ett år som var lite turbulent. Det var ett intensivt investeringsår också och ett förvärvsår. Så att för första gången på 5 år så hade vi ett negativt resultat mätt som justerat EBITDA. Men att om ni ser på fjärde Q4-rapporten så kan man se att det börjar ändra sig lite grann där. Så att vi är behärskat optimistiska vad det gäller inför 2023. Va? Och jag vet inte om det är rätt engelsk översättning, men ordet cautious var inte heller, utan det är behärskad optimism som vi pratar om. Och det är därför att vi ser ju som alla andra, va? Att det är ett prima lågkonjunkturår i Sverige, för att inte tala om recessionsår, all säkerhet. Vi alla är dödligt övertygade om att Riksbanken fortsätter att höja här i april och kanske även i juni. Och syftet är ju liksom att trycka ner, för att få ner inflationen måste man trycka ner efterfrågan. Så att, ja. Och vi ser i Sverige då att sen i augusti-september så är det liksom det är stendött på nyproduktionssidan av fastigheter. Det är ingen som bygger nya flerbostadshus i Sverige i år. Och det som sätts igång, det beslutades för ett år sedan. Men efter sommaren så är det är jättebroms. Och ni ska veta, det är precis samma broms i Tyskland. Vi träffade de 3 största fastighetsbolagen i Tyskland här för en månad sedan. Och de sa liksom, det byggs inte en kåk 2023. Så att det är det stora, så att säga, det stora som en räntehöjning gör, det är att det bromsar in nyproduktion av fastigheter. Vår hantering av det är ju att fram till nu så har flertalet av våra installationer, det har inte gjorts i nyproduktion, utan det har gjorts i existerande fastigheter. Det är roligare att jag får inte lov att säga det, men vi tycker nog att det är roligare att installera i nyproduktion, för det är enklare och det är billigare. I redan byggda hus så man behöver vi behöver en 30-40 kvadratmeter och 2,5 meters takhöjd för att göra de här installationerna. Och det är inte i alla fastigheter som det är så lätt att hitta det. Men är det så att du nyprojekterar nyproduktion, då gör du ju utrymme för det där. Och så att det ska gå så snabbt och enkelt att installera som möjligt. Så att, men det mesta av det vi har sålt här de senaste 2-3 åren, det är i existerande. Och det lär vi nog göra under 2023 också. Men sen ser vi framför oss att under 24-25, då kommer framförallt under 25, då har nyproduktionen så att säga kommit tillbaka. Ja, jag nämnde räntorna, va? Och räntorna de lägger såklart lite sordin på investeringarna. Va? Men är man då som vi i energi, så att säga, energisparbranschen, va? Så ser vi ju liksom att det är det här som gör att intresset för våra produkter nu ökar kraftigt. Va? Eftersom man ser att de elprishöjningarna och energiprishöjningar som varit de senaste 2 åren, va? Ja, men bedömningen är att förhoppningsvis kommer de inte vara lika volatila i framtiden. Va? Men de kommer vara väsentligen högre nu. Och när det gäller fjärrvärme, som är den stora uppvärmningen av varmvatten, så ser man att ökningstakten på fjärrvärmekostnaden är väsentligen högre nu än vad man trodde för ett par år sedan. Och därför så ser vi att det ökar intresset trots att konjunkturen är på väg ner för våra produkter. Så jag håller där, Anna.
Tack snälla Per för presentationen. Tiden är tyvärr ute, men om ni har några frågor så finns Per där utanför. Tack. Hi, and welcome back to ABG Sundal Collier's Investor Day. My name is Hanna Forsgren, and I work as an equity research analyst here at ABG. And with me today, I have Per Vitalisson, CEO for Eolus Wind, who will present the company. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Hanna, for the introduction, and thank you for the possibility to present Eolus here at the Investor Days. Eolus is doing business in the middle of the mega trends of electrification and sustainability. And renewable energy is really growing a lot in Sweden, in all the markets where we are active, and also globally. And more renewable energy is a real key to cope with all the challenges of the transition, to help and to support electricity-intensive industries and with their transformation, and to fight high power prices. So Eolus is a developer of renewable projects. We've been in the business since 1990, so everything we are doing should be based on the experience that we have gained from all the projects we have done over that time. We are developing projects from greenfield. We are handling the permitting process. We are doing the procurement, the optimization of all projects, and our preferred model is to sell at ready to build, and then to construct projects on behalf of the investors, and then to operate the assets commercially and technically on behalf of our customers, the investors. With that model, we don't focus on to own our own assets. It is very capital intense to own renewable facilities, as all electricity production facilities. So we're having a very asset-light business model where our customers are mainly financing the construction of the projects. We have over time built more than 660 wind turbines, most of them in Sweden, but also, for instance, in US, in California. And that first project we did in the US, the first wind project we did there, is a really illustrating example of the technological development of wind power over the decades. We bought into a so-called repowering project, an old operating wind farm that was had been in operation since the mid-1980s outside of Los Angeles. We got the permit to remove the 400 old wind turbines and a new permit to construct 13 new modern turbines instead. So we could use the power lines, we could renovate and upgrade the transformer station, and with replacing 400 old turbines with 13 new ones, the production increased 4 times. So that's the technological development over just a couple of decades. And that's what you should bear in mind when you think about what wind power and renewable, for that matter, can do for the entire energy transformation. Another example is from Sweden, a recent example here from the statistics from February. Wind power, Swedish wind power and Swedish nuclear produced just the same amount of electricity over the whole month of of February. So 27% of Sweden's electricity produced came from wind power, 27% came from nuclear, and 40% came from hydro. So, and already during this year, we'll see a lot of more months like that, and wind power in Sweden will be the second largest production source. But back to Eolus. We operate the facilities technically and commercially on behalf of the investors. So we have more than 1,500 megawatts contracted under asset management. Compared to the quite volatile project and construction business, this is a very good. This is complementing the other business quite well. It's a quarterly invoicing, a good cash flow at decent margins, and the financial investors who have been dominant in this industry for the last decade. Many of them don't want to build up their own asset management teams, so it's a good opportunity for us to really work close with the investors and to do repeat deals with them if they're happy with their assets. As a project developer, I say it's important to have a large project portfolio and also to have a lot of patience. And I would say that Eolus has both. It takes time to develop a project. Sometimes you can get frustrated over the long lead times, but it just to work with it, to do the best of it, to diversify over techniques and markets. So Eolus has a project portfolio of almost 22 gigawatt in different stages. We are obviously coming from the onshore wind side of the business, since that has been the most mature technology. But we should always develop and construct the projects that the market will need and support the needs of the markets in the best way. So we have also recently grown our offshore wind portfolio with sizable numbers. We're adding, since a couple of years, a lot of solar PV projects and also energy storage projects, mainly battery storage projects. And going forward, we will see a lot of combinations of these techniques to utilize the grid connections better and to supply the market better and to be more relevant from increase the benefits from a system perspective. We're active in the Nordic countries, Baltics, Poland, and in US. And in the US, it's mainly in the southwestern states of California, Nevada, Arizona, where we have been active since 2015, and we have so far done 3 transactions there. So we're talking about the energy trilemma, and we're working in that field to solve issues and to provide decentralized renewable power at affordable prices for consumers and industries. So that's the mindset that we always are having when developing projects, and always thinking ahead when this project will be permitted in 3, 5, 8, 10 years. How can we? What problems do we think there are to be solved at the market? Why is this project better than anything else on the markets? There are, of course, challenges. I mentioned the electrification as a mega trend. It's going really fast, but the requirements and the need for speed is a real challenge. There is a risk if we're not doing it quick enough that investments and job opportunities will go elsewhere in the world. It has become apparent during the last year of the energy crisis how dependent we are and connected to each other, the different countries, and that the need for both increased degree of self-supply will need to increase, and also that the permitting lead times must be shortened to face these challenges. And EU is addressing this by their initiative Repower EU, which whereby they are requesting all the member states to shorten permitting lead times and to make it easier for construction of new renewable projects. Where in the US, the Biden administration implemented the so-called Inflation Reduction Act last summer, which is a massive bill to transform the American energy sector, and with huge support for renewables. And since we've been so long in the US, we're benefiting quite a lot from that now. If we're looking at the needs just for Sweden, the new government is focusing on a target of reaching a Swedish electricity production of 300 terawatt hours by 2045. We are currently producing around 170 terawatt hours, but until 2045 there will be roughly 80 terawatt hours that will be taken out of production. So that means that until 2045 we need to add 210 terawatt hours of yearly production. And just to visualize that means that we will have to build one new nuclear reactor of the largest size that Sweden has today, the Oskarshamn 3 reactor, each year, 2023, 2024, 2025 and onwards, if it should be met only with nuclear. Or it would be the equivalent of 2 large offshore wind farms per year. So it is apparent that we need a lot of all technologies will be needed, and that there is a lot to do, and we have to really get moving. Looking at the Eolus project portfolio, it amounts now to 22 gigawatt. We have added a lot of projects over the last year. We have quite an ambitious business plan from 2022 to 2024, where we are scaling up both the project portfolio and investing heavily in people to do it. So we have more or less doubled number of employees in 1 year. So we're now slightly above 100 employees. You see that onshore wind projects and offshore wind projects are now roughly the same size of our total portfolio. And of course, when we add offshore projects, it adds up a lot to the total megawatts, since the projects are so large. But they are on average, of course, a much earlier stage than what the onshore projects are. And you can see also that solar PV projects is a significant part. It's mainly in the US, Arizona, California, Nevada, of course, but also in Poland and in Sweden. In Poland, we're growing up quite a significant pipeline of solar PV projects. The permitting lead times are shorter. They're easier to connect to the grid, and there are some political restrictions to construct modern wind projects in Poland under the current regime. We are developing a modern wind pipeline in Poland as well, to be ready when that legislation will be removed. And as I mentioned, you will see a lot of combinations of projects going forward. So you should not think of a wind project as only a wind project. It will be combined with battery storage or with the solar PV or with hydrogen production, either in close to the wind farm or by close by industries that needs hydrogen for their production. As a project developer, our revenues and our profits varies a lot over time. We are working with quite a few projects in construction phase at the same time. So therefore, we try to be transparent and give an overview in our quarterly reports about our late stage development projects. So you can see from the top that there's quite a lot of Swedish onshore wind power projects, but also the first Swedish solar PV project that we expect to start construction during this year, and there are onshore wind projects in Finland, Latvia, and also our first small Polish PV project coming through. And then there are also some of these really large American projects that are maturing good in the pipeline. We're also communicating about our projects under construction. We have the large Norwegian project Øyfjellet that we are close to complete. We have the Rosenskog, Tjärnäs, Skallberget and Utterberget projects in Dalarna, where the sales process is ongoing. And the Storsjösjön project outside Sundsvall, which has been sold, and we are constructing on behalf of the investors. And these projects number 2 and number 4 is expected to be taken into operation late 2023. And this is a picture of where our offshore wind projects are located. They're mostly located around the southern coast of Sweden, but we also have two Finnish projects that so far has developed quite good and with higher speed than the Swedish permitting processes. We have teamed up in a joint venture with a Simply Blue group, an Irish company working with offshore projects for 4 different projects. And we also have a Latvian project, Kuusame, where we have teamed up with the German developer PNE. Looking at figures, in February we announced the Q4 report. We had a turnover of 2.4 billion SEK with a net profit of 116 million SEK. for the entire year. And as you can see, substantial growth of the portfolio. We have we're in a good financial position, I would say, with an equity to asset ratio of more than 50% and a net cash position. And the board has proposed a dividend of 1.50 SEK per share. Regarding our financial targets in the current business plan, we have first of all a target to sell at least 1,000 megawatt on average per year over the years 2022 to 2024. We succeeded with that for the first year, where the large solar and battery project in Arizona was the largest part, and the Storsjön project in Sweden did the rest. We have also a growth target, so we are saying that from 2025 we should aim to sell at least 1,500 megawatts per year. So that's why we are scaling up both project portfolio and people to work with it. The target that we didn't meet for the last year was a return on equity, which due to after deduction of the minority in the Storsjön didn't then meet the target. Growth equity ratios should exceed 30%, and we're at 54%, so that's well above target. And we have an dividend policy saying that we should pay out between 20 and 50% of the yearly net, and the rest we are then willing to invest in the expansion of the company. I just wanted to highlight this project, the Centennial Flat project in Arizona, which we have developed. It's a really large project, 500 megawatt of solar PV in the desert of Arizona, and with a battery component of about 250 megawatt adding to that. So we've developed the project with and the grid connection. We have sold the project. We have received a first milestone payment of $12 million during 2022. We will get paid by the investor by milestones as the project develops and are getting constructed, with the last payment when they reach commercial operation. And we've communicated that we expect the total purchase price to be in a range between $104 and $190 million. So if this project succeeds according to plan, it will be of real importance for Eolus during the coming years. The Storsjön project is the second most important project for 2023. We are constructing it together with our partner Hydro Rein, and it will be taken into operation by the end of 2023. And finally, the Øyfjellet project in Norway, where all turbines were taken over by the investor during the autumn. We've reached the degree of completion by 95%. There are some buildings left to be constructed during this summer, service buildings and like that. So finally, to summarize, a strong portfolio growing and a good financial position, and with dedicated and competent employees to take care of it. I think we're in a good position to take advantage of all the opportunities and handle the challenges ahead of us. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Per, for the presentation. Unfortunately, the time is up, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, and welcome back to ABG Sundal Collier's Investor Day. My name is Hanna Forsgren, and I work as an equity research analyst here at ABG. With me today, I have Garo and their CEO, Patrik Andersson, who will present the company. The stage is yours.
Thank you. As you said, my name is Patrik Andersson. I'm the CEO for the Garo Group. I've been with the company the last 16 years, and as a CEO the last 4 years. And also have my colleague here today, Helena Claesson, our CFO. But we will start with a short movie with an introduction of the company.
Strong, innovative power, great courage, and a unique corporate culture has made Swedish Garo one of the leading developers of new, smart electrical products. Driven by curiosity to create innovative solutions adapted for today and for the future. We are an innovative force with an internal strength and competence. By creating safe products combined with a high sustainability awareness, we simplify everyday life and create value for all the surroundings we operate in. Focusing on durability and design, we develop products that ensure energy saving, smarter control, and user-friendliness in both assembly and usage. We are present throughout the construction with temporary electricity. We provide the completed building with a permanent power supply. We light up campsites and marinas. And we can charge all kinds of modern electrical vehicles, from the smallest car to the biggest truck, at home, at work, or on the road. We take a clear overall responsibility for the next generation, because we are Garo.
So we continue with the introduction, and Garo is a company that was founded in 1939 in Gnosjö in south part in Sweden. So we have been for this business over 80 years, and we are a provider of safe components and products for electricity. And we are today divided into two business areas, Garo Electrification and Garo E-mobility, and I will explain that more in the presentation later here. Our headquarter is based here in Gnosjö in Sweden. Then we have subsidiaries in Finland, Norway, UK, Ireland and Poland. And we also now start to make a company also in Germany, which we will enter into during this year, which we announced in our Q4 report. We have our market as Europe, and therefore we have our market in Europe. It was opened due to the e-mobility business, because the e-mobility business has regulations that all the socket and outlets is the same in every country. Then we have some restriction in some countries due to Germany and some to France, but in overall we can sell the e-mobility business in all countries in Europe. We have production sites in Sweden, and we also have in Poland, in Szczecin. So we have invested during 2022 in new facility in Sweden, and we are now finishing a new building in Poland during this summer. So we will move to 15,000 square meter new factory there in Szczecin to make more e-mobility products. So that's a view over the company and our market. So where can you find our products? Of course, I see them every day, but you go through them every day without knowing. You have them in your villa apartments, you have them in the construction sites, you charge your car, you have them if you have a caravan, marina poles, with power supply industry or apartments. And you see them all over the place where you live and your life. So you can look after the brand Garo. You have them, I'm sure about that. So the e-mobility business is today 30% of our revenue during 2022. And that include all the e-mobility product and the service we have for that. And I will come into detail what I mean including in this area, because that's quite broad today, because we have chosen to be a broad provider in the mobility business, not only a niche, a broad provider. Then if we go into the electrification, that consists of 3 product areas. We have the electrical distribution product, which is the biggest product area, and that consists of approximately 3,500 different products that the installers are using every day in different applications, such new building, renovation, reparation, industry, and so on. They are at all the wholesalers, in web shops, in their shops to pick this, and in the service cars. So this is an extremely important area for Garo. We have the project business, which is product used for power supply, apartment, villa, industry, e-mobility solutions. So we have small enclosures up to 2,500 amps to power supply industry or e-mobility solutions. And we have temporary power, which is product used during the construction time for power supply, lighting, and heating and drying the construction site, and even event. If you have a concert or something, you can build up a temporary electricity. So these 3 product area is Garo electrification. And if we start with the electrification, what is the main driver for these products? Of course, the new buildings is important, but renovation sector is even more important, because to have if you need new building, and the new building is going down, as we know, the end of this year, for example, in Sweden, you have to balance or have products that you can use in both new building and renovation, and we have that portfolio today. So we like new buildings, but we even like renovations even more. We have also products for energy efficiency. The situation with the cost of the energy today drives, of course, private person, industry, to find solutions to use as little energy as possible. And we have products that can help you for the lighting, for ventilation, for heating, to use energy in an efficient way. And of course, the safety of all our products is extremely important, because we are working with safety products. You should be safe in your apartment, at your work, at the industry. If something happens with the electricity, our components should help you to not damage something or yourself. That's extremely important. Of course, the transition to electrical cars is important for the e-mobility business, but it's also very important for our business area, Garo electrification, because that drives a lot of power supply. You need load balancing, you need safety components. So when we are selling e-mobility solution, we're also selling products from Garo electrification. And that is a unique portfolio that we have due to our competitors. So that is, we think, a very good idea to have both electrification and e-mobility. And of course, we are working with sustainable products, that they should help us to use less energy, of course, but we're also working to have a product with the right material, and that we build them in a sustainable way. And as I mentioned in the beginning, you can see these products every day where you live. For example, camping sites, car heating, meter cabinets that a utility company mount their energy meter, marinas, industry product, temporary power, and so on and so on. And all these components, of course, for safety. So you see them every day, and in the total business area electrification, we have around 5,000 products and solutions. And if we go further on with the e-mobility, why did we get into this business 2008? We have been a market leader provider for car heaters and as I mentioned, for camping sites and marinas. In 2007, we sat down and thought we should maybe do a charging pole for electrical cars. And we launched it at the political week at Gotland, Almedalen, 2008. There were no electrical cars, some enthusiasts, of course, and no standards at all due to safety or communication. But after that, we decided that we should be a leading provider of e-mobility solutions. So that was the start for Garo at this business area. And today, of course, we see a strong trend in all markets in Europe on needs of charging infrastructure. And what's the driving this market in the e-mobility? Of course, we need to do a change for the climate. And one thing of that is the transition to electrical cars. We can see all the car manufacturers changing now to pure electrical cars. Of course, we have a lot of hybrids, but we can see now in other countries in Europe, they are jumping over, so to say, the hybrids and go directly to pure electrical cars. And it will be a lot of electrical cars quite quickly. And now when you fill up your petrol car, you go to a petrol station, and the change now for electrical cars is that you should charge your car at home, parking slots, and that of course need to be very safe. You have your family in your house and you should fill your car with full electrical, and that has to be in a very safe way. Communication and regulation, it's extremely important because we need to build a lot of infrastructure quite quick in all Europe, and you should travel with your electrical car through different countries. So the regulations that they have succeeded with the car manufacturers to have the same plugs and sockets, and we also have the same communication called OCPP, a protocol that communicate with the car, with the charger with the cloud. It could make communication with load balancing and different application and functions, which is a must to have this working in a good way. And to make this happen quick, we need some initiatives which we have in different countries. We don't need the initiatives on long term, but in short term we think we need them because it has to happen very quick, this charging infrastructure. We have them in Sweden, for example, with Grön Teknik and Klimatklivet. And it's different initiatives in different countries. But on long term, we don't need it, but on short term, it's important. And what's our business idea in this? We think it's important to make it easy for all stakeholders that have an electrical car to charge, which means that you should charge at home, at work, when you are in the supermarket or at the gym, at your work. That means that we have to have a broad portfolio with charges. And if you should build this in a quick, you need to have volume, you have to have different type of charges communicating with each other with smart functions. And we have decided, as I said in the beginning, when we launched our very first charger in 2008, that we want to be a provider with a broad portfolio. And we have decided that we should have charger for different applications where you work and live. For example, at home, parking slot, at your work, summer house or winter house, camping site, outside the gym, some quick charger outside the company in different applications. So you can use the chargers when you do something else. You don't go to charge, you charge where you work and live. That's a total different what is today with a fossil car. You have to think in another way. Therefore, we make it easy for all the stakeholders. And of course, to have a broad portfolio is not always easy because you should have a lot of function for different applications. You don't need the same functions at home as you maybe need in a public place. So you have to have the right platform. And we have developed a platform during quite long time. And we launched it now end of last year. And we start to deliver it to the market yesterday. So that is Garo Entity. We have now started to deliver Entity Pro, which is this product. And we will also, in a few months, start to launch also Garo Compact, which is a smaller charger that you can use at home. And this is a platform prepared for a lot of functionality. Functionality you maybe have heard about is vehicle to grid and plug and charge. Plug and charge is make it easy for you to pay for your charge when you charge. So when you come and park your car, you plug in your cable, and when you have a plug in the cable, it feels this is Patrick, this is your car, and I can. This is the credit card that you pay. You don't do anything. If you have a pure electrical car today, you maybe have 10 applications in the phone, some RFID card in your pocket. Tomorrow, you don't need that when the new cars now arrive to the market. So it's a lot of functionality. We can integrate the charges to different CPO as E.ON, Vattenfall, and so on. We can do it to different solar equipment. So we think we need to be a part of the electricity grid. You can't do everything yourself, but you have to take a part in this electrical network. So we launched this product end of last year at London EV and E-Car Expo in Gothenburg. And we start to deliver now yesterday, as I said. So you can get it with a cable outlet. And I will show you here a short movie about the product. So this product we have put a lot of development resources into to make it not only easy for the end user that have the electrical car, because we have a lot of discussion with the installers, so should install this product, because that has to be in an efficient way. So we have done a lot of development in that to make it easy for all stakeholders, and also to install the different software and updates so we can reach all the chargers in an efficient way. We have done an application for, of course, the installer, the owner, and the driver that can see different things in the app for make it easy all the way. So product development, we have put in a lot of resources the last year, and of course we have put a lot of resources into electronics and software, because we think that it's there you can get all the functionality. Now we have built a platform, and then you can add on more and more different applications to make it more sufficient. And of course, focus on sustainability, both on the product, but also what the product can do. Modern design, which in the electrical business, if you have asked me for 15 years ago, no one didn't look how this inclusion should look. But today, it's really important when we come to, of course, e-mobility, that to have the right design. You saw the charger in different colors, and the form is extremely important. And of course, independent testing. We think as a company, as this is extremely important when we come to charging, that an independent are testing our products, because As I said, we are moving the petrol station to our home. It needs to be safe and clear in every reason. So we have all our product independent testing because we can say this is the best product, but someone else testing this is extremely important. So that was all so far, and I know you have maybe some question, and I can say already now, me and Helena will stay outside here also after this presentation, so we can take more question if you want to.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for the presentation. So my first question is, going into 2023, what will be your main focus?
The main focus now is to produce and deliver the entity platform. We have had, as you maybe read in our Q4 report, we have had some issues with the material supply. Now this situation is better and better, and we're now ramping up our entity production until summer. We are moving into a new production facility in this summer in Poland. So production capacity, ramping up, and deliver entities our main focus at the moment.
Okay. If we look at the e-mobility segment, what geographies are most interesting for you, and why is that?
Of course, we are focusing on the market we already are in Sweden, Norway, Finland, Ireland. But of course, we enter into UK end of 2019 without knowing it was COVID. So we have had some rough years, but we have increased the business. So UK is a really interesting business, and we are increasing quite quick there at the moment. Of course, from small numbers when we are new in the country, but they have a lot of initiatives, and they have quite tough regulations due to which functionality you need to have in the country. But we think it's really interesting country. And then, of course, Germany. Now, when we enter into Germany, it's extremely interesting country. And of course, we have some more countries in Europe that we are doing business in. But UK and Germany at the moment is extremely important for us.
All right. How would you describe your edge? Why should customers choose your charger?
I think the edge here is first of all, that I mentioned in the beginning, the unique offer we have with the electrification and the mobility, that we can give the customer a power supply. We can provide them with different chargers, wall box, charging poles, DC chargers, so we can give them the whole package. And then, of course, we can also have them with service agreement, because we have service technician on the field. If they have, for example, an e-mobility solution with 200 chargers that we need yearly service or something like that, we can add that, because the uptime for charging will be the most important. If you have an electrical car, you need to charge now. You can't have it closed. So the whole package from electrification, e-mobility, and service.
All right. So my final question will be, looking at the current macro situation, how is this affecting you?
Of course, it is affecting us a bit, but if we go to e-mobility again, the infrastructure need to build out now. So that will happen. That will not affect us so much. They will invest in this type of product and solutions. If we go to electrification, of course, we will have a downturn in a new building and that, but we will balance that with renovation and e-mobility. So we think the market for 2023 will be quite good, even if it's some difficulties in Sweden and in Europe.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for the presentation and the Q&A.
Thank you.
Välkomna tillbaka allihopa till ABGs investerardagar. Jag heter Henrik Hintze och jobbar som aktieanalytiker här på ABG. Med mig nu har jag Saltex och deras vd Carl-Johan Linnér. Så jag tar och lämnar över ordet till dig.
Tack så mycket för det. Trevligt att få vara här och presentera vårt fina bolag. Carl-Johan Linnér heter jag som sagt var och har inne på mitt 5:e år nu som vd för det här bolaget. Och innan dess så hann jag väl med nästan 30 år tror jag på ABB i olika ledande positioner. Det här är det roligaste jobbet jag har haft. Lätt. Alla gånger, 7 dagar i veckan. Och vad är vi för bolag då? Jo, vi är ett bolag som jobbar med energilager och lagrar energi i salt. Och vi har en vignettbild här då, som säger då, gör det oplanerbara planerbart. Och vad vi menar med det är just då att kunna använda energilager som buffert för vind och sol. Som vi alla vet så blåser det inte alltid och solen skiner inte alltid, utan det gäller att ha ett energilager som kan göra det här planerbart. Och det här är ju någonting som figurerar väldigt mycket inte minst i valrörelsen faktiskt, det här med planerbar energi och alltihopa det här. Så det jobbar vi med. Och sen har vi då ett nytt ben att stå på de senaste 2 åren. Och det är electrification, alltså att vi elektrifierar industrin. Och vad vi har valt att göra där är att vi elektrifierar tung industri som släpper ut väldigt mycket CO2. Det vill säga kalkindustrin och cementindustrin. Vi har en innovation, vi har en teknisk lösning som gör detta möjligt. Vilket jag kommer att presentera lite idag. Och allt det här tillsammans då så ser vi oss mera idag som ett hus där vi tar bort CO2-utsläpp. Vi tar bort CO2-utsläpp här, vi tar bort väldigt mycket CO2-utsläpp här. Och vi är en green tech-bolag som håller på just nu att skala upp vår verksamhet ganska rejält. När jag började för 5 år sedan så var det väldigt mycket laboratoriet, vita rockar på. Vi jobbade med något som heter nanocoatat salt, vilket är vår stora patentfamilj som vi har fortfarande. Och vi gick verkligen in i molekylerna och hur man skulle, vilken blandning, vilket recept det skulle vara. Alla hade nästan på de här vita rockarna. När vi utvecklade materialet vidare till att hitta en laddningsreaktor och en urladdningsreaktor för det här energilagret, så visade det sig att vi hittade faktiskt ingen tillräckligt kraftig reaktor på marknaden som kunde skala upp till de höga effekterna som vi vill upp till. Vi är upp till megawattstorlekar, 10, 20, 100 megawatt. Så vi började titta på en egen utveckling av det här. Och det är den här som vi kallar för EAC då, Electric Arc Calciner. Jag kommer berätta om det. Men så att jag ska påstå att vi är ett helt annat bolag idag än för 4-5 år sedan. Idag så har vi bytt ut de vita rockarna och tagit på oss blåstället, bildligt talat. Vi håller på att exekvera, vi håller på att bygga anläggningar. Vi har fått order, vi har order som vi fakturerar. Och vi är i ett helt annat läge än den här labbmiljön som vi var i tidigare. Där byggde vi väldigt mycket på förväntningar och vad som komma skall. Och vi var bra på att skicka ut pressrelease om det ena och det andra. Men det här, nu är vi någonting på spåret rejält här. Och det, vilket också har fått till följd att vi har en industriell partner i vårt bolag. Som tyckte att den här tekniken, det är ju precis vad vi letar efter. Så vad som hände här förra sommaren då var att de gick in och förvärvar oss, 15%. Ett bolag som heter Svenska Mineral. Som då har 60% av marknaden på stålindustrin, 40-50% inom pappermassaindustrin. För de sa att det här är precis vad vi behöver. Vi har gruvfyndigheterna, vi har kunderna, men det här lilla bolaget SMA, ja, lite, det är 1 miljard i omsättning. Det släpper ut 500 000 ton CO2. De är på plats, de är 10 i Sverige, 250 anställda och det är ganska mycket CO2 per anställd egentligen. Så de hade kravet från sina kunder, SSAB, Outokumpu, Ovako, alla de här kunderna, ska ni stanna kvar i businessen så måste ni ställa om den här. Vi kan inte tillåta det här, det går inte. Och ni vet ju själva vad SSAB håller på med, hybrid och alltihop det här. Och då, alltså, jag har jobbat i industrin så pass länge, jag är 30 år, jag har aldrig sett någon liknande bra matchning på något sätt där. De har gruvorna, de har kunderna, de har problem med att elda olja och kol här i mitten. Vi byter ut den processen till en elektrifierad process. Så det är precis där vi är nu. Jag kommer berätta lite mer om det. Så det är en otroligt rolig och spännande resa. För vad vi gör nu är att vi håller på att skala upp vår organisation för att kunna möta det behovet som finns där ute. Vi vet fram till 2027, vad blir det, 3-4 år, så ska SMA ta bort 250 000, alltså hälften av sitt koldioxidutsläpp, 250 000 ton. Och vi vet exakt hur många ugnar det är för oss, vad vi ska leverera. Och det blir mycket pengar. Så vi kommer nu att hålla på att anställa och vi kommer fortsätta med den biten. Men det var en lång inledning här, men jag vill ändå ta det. Saltex Technology, vi är ett green tech-bolag som då har under lång tid haft det här med skalbar teknologi. Vi har jobbat med nyckeltekniska partners, leverantörer. Vi har en unik lagringslösning. Men vad vi har lagt till nu då på sista åren, det är just det här med en unik elektrifieringsinnovation. Och den gemensamma nämnaren här är ju då den här EAC:n, Electric Arc Calciner, som vi utvecklare och har sökt patent på. Och vi har blivit utlovare ett patent från PRV i Sverige. Vi har inte fått det skriftligt ännu nu, men det ska vara på gång. Den utvecklar vi för att kunna ladda energilagret på ett kraftfullt och snabbt sätt med höga effekter. Vi vill upp till 10 megawatt typ. Och så såg vi, nej men vänta lite här nu. Den här EAC:n är ju så effektiv och snabb så att vi börjar titta lite på det här också. Vad är problemet ute i industrin idag? Jo, det är att man släpper ut för mycket CO2. Man eldar med olja, man eldar med kol, man eldar med gummidäck, man eldar med kylskåp för att få upp temperaturen. Och den här bygger då på en viss teknik då, som jag kommer att återkomma till, plasmateknik. Energilager då, det jobbar vi med fortfarande. Vi har det där, vi pratar med en del industriella kunder mest idag. Vi har gjort flera förstudier i olika kraftbolag och industrier. Idag så använder man då den nedre delen använder med fossila bränslen för att det används väldigt mycket ånga i industrin idag. Otroligt stor andel ånga faktiskt, mycket mer än vad man tror. 49% närmare bestämt. Och det är det här då som bland annat då ABB som är en partner till oss har satt sig på att de har ju som sin vision och mission i livet att de ska elektrifiera industrin. Och vi går väldigt mycket hand i hand att vi kan byta ut det här fossila bränslet till att att använda fossilfri energi och lagra den. Make the unplannable plannable. Det är det handlar om det. Och det här har vi diskussioner med många industriella kunder idag. Men det här är, jag skulle säga att det är inte riktigt mogen den här marknaden. Den håller på att mogna. Vi är med i olika Long Duration Energy Storage Council och alltihopa det här. Men det finns inte riktigt den kunden som är beredd att köpa det här rätt upp och ner än så länge. Däremot det här med elektrifiering, det är här och nu. Det är ett måste. Så här kan en energilagerlösning se ut. Där vi har en laddare, en urladdare och materialet då som vi lagrar i olika silosar. Och det här kan man ju göra. Man kan ha en effekt man laddar och en effekt man laddar ur. Och hur mycket energi ska vi lagra? Ja, det beror ju på hur mycket material vi har helt enkelt. Electrification, då det här området, EAC:n är då den gemensamma nämnaren här. Det här känner ni säkert till, men bränd kalk och cementindustrin släpper ut 8% av världens utsläpp. Ska man göra om det här till ett land så skulle det bli världens 3:e största land som släpper ut CO2. Väldigt mycket. Det är så många nollor här så jag kan knappt uttala det själv. Men det är en jättesmutsig miljö. Och vad gör vi då för någonting? Jo, vi gör den här figuren i mitten här. Det är själva EAC:n då, där vi bryter kalk, CaCO3 som man bryter då. Och sen använder vi en plasmabrännare, det är den som går ner så här, uppifrån och ner. Som är väldigt, väldigt varm. Det är en ljusbåge som man drar ut egentligen upp till 3-4 000 grader. Och med hjälp av strålningen från den här ljusbågen så kalcinerar man materialet som kommer in och roterar i den här speciella ugnen. En uppehållstid på 30-40 sekunder. Och det här, det gröna här, kalciumoxid, det använder man då i cement för fel. Man använder det i stål för att rena stålet så att det ska bli ännu mer hållfast. Ta bort slaggprodukt och så vidare. Man använder det i papper för att göra pappret vitare och starkare på alla tänkbara sätt. Och det finns extremt många användningsområden inom jordbruk och försurningar på sjöar och allt möjligt som man kan använda det här kalket i. Men man kan också, den innovationen som vi har gjort nu och bevisat och kört, det kan man visa då för cementtillverkning också. Och jag behöver inte gå in kanske i detalj på det hela, men som jag sa det så skjuter man in materialet här i typ av pulvermaterial, 500-600 microns ungefär i storlek, och sen snurrar det runt där. Och sen strålar värmen som strålar från ljusbågen här gör att man bränner bort CO2 och ut kommer då CO2 som vi tar hand om. Så ingenting annat. Idag bränner man med olja och kol här, vilket gör att det blir väldigt smutsigt kalciumoxid, vilket blir att det blir inte lika starkt. Den här anläggningen har vi byggt, kört ett halvår. Vi har monterat ner den nu för vi planerar för att bygga nästa, och den var på 200 kilowatt. Och här har vi fått ut ett otroligt bra resultat. Vi har fått resultat som visar att en väldigt hög kalcineringsgrad, vad mäter det? 98%. Och vi har haft väldigt stort intresse, det var många kunder där uppe. Här har vi byggt upp i Hofors i Dalarna faktiskt, och använt då en plasmabrännare. Och tittar man då på, jämför man våran process då, där vi använder den här EAC:n här för att bränna kalcineringen, så är det många som håller på med idag så att säga carbon capture, CCS. Och det är ju lovvärt i sig. Då bygger man en fabrik bredvid den befintliga fabriken. Man fortsätter elda med olja och kol och så fångar man in allting. Sen när man har fångat in allting då så ska man särskilja det här CO2 från material igen. En betydligt mer energikrävande process. Få ut mer CO2 som man ska ta hand om. Och våran CO2 är väldigt, väldigt ren. Som sagt var, strax efter midsommar förra året så gick SMA in och köpte 15% av vårt bolag. Och jag brukar säga så att ja, det var väl bra att vi fick in pengar. Men det viktigaste var att vi får in en industriell partner i vårt samarbete. Extremt bra matchning, som jag sa inledningsvis. Och man ska då reducera med, ta bort 250 000 ton CO2 till 2027. SMA är ju ett familjeägt företag i 3:e generationen, omsätter 1 miljard, 250 anställda, har gruvor lite runt om i Norden, men även nere i Bulgarien och i Estonia. Och har bra gruvor, bra renhet på gruvorna. Hur ska vi göra det här nu då? Hur ska vi gå till marknaden med det här? Ja, den svarta rutan där, det är quicklime to steel, och sen övrigt quicklime, brännkalk alltså till marknaden, övriga applikationer. Det finns ungefär 700-750 fabriker som gör brännkalk idag ute i världen. Det är en jättestor marknad, absolut. Men det stora, riktigt stora är ju cementmarknaden. Här finns det över 5 000 fabriker runt om i världen. Och vi vet ju vilken fabrik vi har här i Sverige och vilka utmaningar den har. Och det har varit inne på 7% av utsläppen. Vi vill bygga den mest klimatvänliga kalkfabriken och cementfabriken i världen. Och det här gör vi tillsammans med att vi jobbar tillsammans med ABB, Power Supply. Vi elektrifierar processen också, ABB och Scanark. Och vi jobbar med de ledande i att ta hand om CO2. Det finns olika möjligheter här att gå, när man har tagit hand om CO2, att lagra det i bergrum, som en del gör, köra till reservoarer, göra något. Vi tycker att det här U-et då, Carbon Capture Utilization, U-et, är det riktigaste spåret att gå på, att använda CO2 till någonting. Och där har vi ett antal leads på gång som vi håller på att jobba med. Var är vi någonstans då? 2022 så gjorde vi den här minimum valuable product på 300 kilowatt. Vad vi planerar för nu är att skala upp den 10 gånger, upp till 2 megawatt ungefär, 1,5-2 megawatt. Det här är den största investeringen som vi har gjort någonsin i vår historia, på 50 miljoner kronor. Vi söker bidrag, finansiella bidrag också naturligtvis, men just nu så har vi 50 miljoner, och vilket styrelsen har accepterat. Och vi har praktiskt precis idag fått besked på förmiddagen att vi får sätta spaden i marken. Det ligger just nu, det är minusgrader i marken uppe i Hofors där vi ska bygga den här. Så det håller på att tina kärlen och släppa, men onsdag nästa vecka så börjar vi gräva, och den ska stå färdig till sommaren. Vi ska kunna börja köra prov i augusti-september. Det här är en förutsättning för att vi ska bygga framtidsfabriken. Och om ni har följt med oss lite grann på våra pressreleaser, så har vi fått en pressrelease om Celsa, bolaget som finns i Mo i Rana i Norge, som ska bygga en fabrik. Och det är ett LOI, Letter of Intent, som vi har fått med dem. Och där uppe finns då SMA, de har en produktionsverksamhet där. Och vad vi ska bygga där, vi ska börja med en 8 megawattare som då producerar 40 000 ton kalciumoxid per år. Det kan lätt byggas på och vi jobbar med moduler, 8 megawatts moduler. Och kan adderas 8 till och så vidare. Det här är en minifabrik som har alla fördelar, alla liksom förvärmning, efter cirkulera CO2 och alla sådana tekniska finesser. Och den kommer vi då skala upp 4 gånger till det här. Och det är det här som Celsa då har lagt LOI på. Och i förra veckan, eller förra veckan, SSAB, där vi gör en studie nu på SSABs samtliga fabriker, inte bara uppe i Luleå utan samtliga fabriker i Norden. Var någonstans hur ska de leverera fossilfri kalk? För det är ju så att de behöver fossilfri kalk för att göra fossilfritt stål. Det har inte riktigt kommit fram i media kanske att det är så, men det är faktiskt så. Där har vi den anläggningen. Så planerade att bygga den. Det kommer att bli ungefär 20 gånger 20 meter i footprint och en 20-25 meter hög ungefär. Och anledningen till att den blir så pass hög är att vi kommer att använda så kallade förkalcineringstorn där man förvärmer materialet för att få utökad verkningsgrad på det så maximalt som möjligt. 50 miljoner kronor. Det här har jag nämnt då, Celsa Nordic. Celsa Nordic är ju ett företag som finns i Europa och man har specialiserat sig på armeringsjärn uppe i Mo i Rana och en del annat stål. Och SSAB behöver ingen presentation tror jag, utan de är ju otroligt viktiga för det här. Ja. Spännande framtid. Tack.
Då försöker vi oss på lite frågor då.
Förlåt, jag glömde säga att jag är här tillsammans med Harald Bauer som är CFO och Stefan som sitter längst där bak, kommunikationsansvarig.
Mycket bra. Hur ser det ut med liksom konkurrens inom det här ni håller på med? Har ni några konkurrenter? Vad gör de annorlunda? Vad får er att sticka ut? Liksom, kan du berätta lite om det?
Konkurrenten är ju till stor del det här carbon capture storage. Det är ju det spåret som många går. Cementa väljer att gå det spåret och en del andra kalktillverkare väljer det också. Men vi vill göra rätt. Vi vill göra om och rätt från början. Vi vill göra som hybrid. Ta bort olja helt och hållet. Använd el. Så. Och då tog de det beslutet och tog bort sina masugnar och alltihopa där. Och sen kör man med vätgas, och för att göra vätgas så behövs det el och alltihopa där. Så att det riktigt blir fossilfritt. Och det ska jag säga, det är vår största konkurrent idag. Men vi hävdar ju då att det här är ju det bästa sättet att göra det. Det krävs minst energi att göra det här. Och det är det mest effektiva sättet att göra på det hela. Men det är klart det innebär då att de får bygga nytt. Det är ju där skon klämmer, tror jag.
Okej. Du berättade om roadmappen här. Ni ska bygga 2 fabriker, en 2023 och en 2025 och så. Vad finns det mer för målstolpar som vi kan hålla ögonen på de kommande åren?
Som jag nämnde då, så kommer SMA ta bort 250 000 ton CO2 fram till 2027. Det innebär 7 stycken fabriker. Och varje fabrik kan räkna med ungefär 400 miljoner kronor. Fabriken. Sen våran del i fabriken, den är 25, 50%, 30% av den.
Okej. Du berättade också om er andra teknologi där för energilagring och så, men du berättade att folk inte riktigt var beredda att investera i den marknaden än. Har du några tankar kring vad det är som hindrar där och hur lång tid det kan ta tills det blir mer aktuellt?
Ja, det finns, kan man ju spekulera i, men jag tror ju att det här med stål är lite konsumentdrivet. Vi vill gärna köpa bilar med fossilfritt stål, plåt i. Och då räknar man tillbaka scope 3 och scope 2 tillbaka, så måste stålet bli det. Så för att stålet ska bli så behövs det fossilfri kalk. Så det finns en drivkraft som kanske inte finns när det är business to business riktigt. Man lider inte tillräckligt mycket för att ställa om, så att säga. Utan nu, alltså SSAB gick ju i spetsen här och gjorde det här, och vilket jag tror att det kommer att få en stor fördel av på sikt. För vi märker nu att Polestar köper sin plåt av Ovako i Hofors, där vi är och bygger. De är otroligt intresserade av vad vi gör för någonting. Kan vi få lite fossilfri kalk också kanske, och göra grönt stål till Polestar? Så det är drivet liksom av konsumentsidan på något sätt. Det tror jag är en viktig faktor.
Okej. Om vi lyfter blicken och drömmer oss framåt 5-10 år, vad har du för målvision för bolaget, hur det ska utvecklas fram till dess?
Jag hade inte för mitt liv kunnat drömma om att vi 2023 skulle kunna vara i den här situationen som vi är, där vi får beställningar, där vi har skrivit faktura, skicka ut, att vi liksom får betalt för det jobbet vi gör. Så det här året nu som har varit 2022 och början på 2023 har ju varit ganska omtumlande. Ska vi fortsätta i den här takten så är vi ett stort företag om några år. Men om jag ska liksom, någon känsla som jag har ändå att vi är ett miljardföretag om 5 år. Det är ett bedömning gör jag. Vi är 20 anställda idag. Vi kommer nog vara minst dubbelt så många anställda om 2 år.
Mycket spännande. Då får jag tacka så mycket för det. Det var nog allt vi hade tid för.
Tack så
mycket för att ni lyssnade. Welcome back, everyone, to ABG Investor Days. My name is Henrik Hintze, and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG. With me now, I have the CEO of Momentum Group, Ulf Lilius. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, we have a history more than 100 years, but I have not been with the company for 100 years. I started at SKF 1996, and I changed to our distributor, Momentum Industrial, 2002, which at that point of time, SKF owned 40%. And in 2004, we were bought by Bergman & Beving. And during the journey when they were consolidating forward, mostly then industrial supplies with the tools chain. And then in 2012, I became the CEO of Bergman & Beving. And then I started to do restructuring. And then in 2017, I did my first spin-off. And at that time, I spun off Momentum Group. And then we divided the company in the value chain. So Bergman & Beving today is the wholesaling and the product companies, and we were the reseller. At that time, our revenue was 10 billion SEK. And when we did the spin-off, I took 4.5 billion SEK in turnover. And then we built that up to 10 billion. And then we did the second split in 2022. So last year in March, so we have kind of 11 months as a company. But we are, of course, working with the old Bergman & Beving philosophy. And you will see that also when we go into our core values and financial goals. So whom are we? As I mentioned, the first split was in the value chain. The second split was in the product dimension. So Alligo today is industrial supplies, and we are industrial components and services. So we are primarily to the machine, and Alligo is to the human being. So today, when we were listed or spin-off, we had a turnover around 1.5 billion SEK. And today we have two business areas. I will go deeper into that later on. One is the components and one is the services. And of course, the foundation is Momentum Industrial with the revenue of 1.1 billion SEK. And that's why the component side is larger than the service side. But the component side doesn't mean that we don't have services. Around 10% of our turnover is services in the component side. And the service side, around 50%, is also components sales. And the background to that is that when we started Momentum Industrial in October 1997, the foundation was bearing and linear products, technical seals, and power transmission. At that time, we were located at 13 locations. Today, we are around 30 locations. And during the journey, we have grown with other products, dimensions, or product verticals. And during that period of time, we saw that there is also an opening to buy specialist companies and don't have to be integrated into Momentum Industrial. And that's how we started with the electromechanical components when we bought Röhrig as a rewinder of electrical motors. And then we have added with pneumatic hydraulics and now the latest acquisition also in gas. So fluid for us, we look into that. Water, air, gas, and so forth. Also oil, so hydraulics. Lubrication, industrial rubber. So a range of our value-adding services is of course logistic and administration. And that is kind of a core services that you need to have. The right product in the right place at the right time. And also administration to easy to buy, easy to sell. So logistic administration, get the product at the right time, but also get it at a low cost administration. We also sell for around 6-7 million training, education. So an education that is for free is nothing worth. We always get the customers to pay for the training. And then we added workshops with the refurbishment, electrical motors, manual service, refurbishment of bearings and manufacturing. And then also due to the fact to help with services to condition monitoring, inspection, mounting, and also field service. If you look at the strategic direction, of course we say that sustainable industry is very important, and it's very important in the Nordic. So for us, we like to have the best product with long lifetime, low energy consumption. And at that, we can also sell on life cycle cost. So that's kind of the whole mission, vision, sustainability in our business concept. to help the customers to be more profitable. For example, if you take an electrical motor, you can go to a customer and the customer says, I can get this electrical motor for 10% less product price. I say, it doesn't matter, because it's the energy that is the life cycle cost of a motor. So if I can get you a more energy efficient motor, my motor is cheaper. So this is how we sell with education, training, and get the best product. And maybe some of you are familiar with the Bergman and Beving companies. Of course, we have the same. We don't have a financial target of top line growth. We like bottom line growth. So we work with EBITA growth 15% or more. And if we do 15% 5 years in a row, everything alike, we will double our earnings. And everything alike, we will double also the share value. But to do this, of course, we need to grow top line. But we need to have profitable growth. That's why we have these metrics. And the profitability of super financial is EBITA through working capital. So it's 3 parameters from the profit and loss statement and 3 parameters from the balance sheet. And from the balance sheet is account payables, account receivables, and also, of course, the stock value. And the relation about that should be above 45%. And I often ask, why 45? Why not 70? No, because the logic behind above 45 is 1/3 you have to pay tax, 1/3 dividend, and 1/3 reinvest. And that's also why we have this dividend goal of 30%. And I think the suggestion now is 1 krona, and that's 37% this year in May. So what we have worked with for 20 years is industrial improvements. And that is what I mentioned about the electrical motor. How can we prove for the customer that our products are the best in the market? So what we did in the beginning was improved economy. So we did the economy calculation, the life cycle cost for the customers. Now we just added last year with also the CO2 impact and the working environment. So this year in all our companies, we're going into industrial improvements in these 3 areas, and hopefully we can document in all 3, 1, 2. But this, we have now set the goal for the CO2 impact of how we calculate in the industrial improvements. So, our desired position. We have 3 areas we work with. Of course, the aftermarket sales, and that's Momentum Industrial, which is a large part of our earnings today, which also bought Loctech the other week. Then we have the specialists, the product verticals, and that's, if you remember the slide with the products I showed you. Here, we saw that it's a big opportunity to also have specialist companies, because then we can both sell MRO, OEM, and be more and more specialists. So we have acquired ETAB in hydraulics, Öbergs pneumatics, and so forth on. We also added BPS. That's a new product vertical for us, is valves for water. And then we have the technical service business, which I told you also is around 50% components. So it goes like this. If you get in a motor to refurbish and you can't refurbish it, they ask you to sell a new one. So that's the logic behind the services. The service is also a mean to sell products. So that's how we work in this, and we also have inspection and measurement. So, of course, we're a new company, but of course we have done acquisitions for a long time. As I mentioned, Momentum Industrial, we started with 13, we have 30 locations. So some is organic and some is acquired growth. And during the period of time before the listing, we bought SKF Spindle Service, for example, an asset deal. We bought Brammer, their Swedish locations, also an asset deal. And we bought Assembly in here. Assembly is actually old Nea Verkstad. So if we take Rörik and we take Nea, then Assembly, we are the only one in the Nordic, except for ABB Service in Stovik, who can take big objects to renovate, like generators. So the latest acquisitions here, and I think if we look at this picture, last year we added 175 million in acquisitions in turnover, and this year, so far, 45 million. So I said we don't have a top-line goal, but to get the bottom-line growth, we also need to add acquisition and grow organically. And for us, how to create long-term value, we believe in a very decentralized structure. So we don't buy companies and redo them or integrate them. For the most, we help, and you're responsible, you're closest to the customer, you know the customer's voice, and you stay. So we help them with that. So decentralized responsibility is the heart and soul of our business, but also the willingness to improve. I also say better than yesterday. We don't have to take the big steps, the big leaps, but to better than yesterday. We be that every day, then we evolve. So it's evolution, not revolution. And then simplicity. If you work in a decentralized structure, you can't be complicated. It has to be easy to be in this structure. Then the mind and soul. But of course, we like to have business development, but that is through decentralization and employee development. But we like to be an active owner, of course. So of course, we are in the business to be close to them. And then the growth, not just organic, also through acquisitions. But decentralized responsibility is very easy to say. But how do we do it? Decentralization for me is very easy. It's like Jeopardy. You ask the question, but they have the answers. That's how you lead. You lead by questions, not lead by, if I were you, maybe I would do like this. That's not decentralization. That's centralization. So the businesses we like to acquire, this is very important for us, because if you should work with decentralization, you have to have committed and proven management. They have to have a strong focus and a strong technical expertise in what they're doing. And they also should have the idea of being the customer's best choice. And also the soul, of course. They would like to stay on and take the responsibility for the development of their business. Many times it's family business that has been in the family for many, many years. So bottom line, we're actually not that complicated. Simplicity is very important. So we acquire, we develop, we build culture. People grow, the business will grow. Because this is a people management business we are working in. And new for us, of course, we're financially strong. We have room for acquisitions. We have owners who want to grow. We have industrial network. Myself has been in the business for 26 years, and I have a lot of friends who's working with me, also been in the business for a long time. So we have the network and the legwork to meet companies all over the Nordic. And we have the processes and resources to do it. We have a proven onboarding model, and we have competence in the field. And now my CFO is not here today, but it's Niklas Enmark. He worked for Lagercrantz for many, many years in head of M&A, and he's also head of M&A for us. So. And then we have Johan Sjö as the chairman of the board, who led AdTech for many, many years. So we have a competence in all areas. And we have a cash flow. As you remember, EBITDA through working capital is very important for us, because that's how we like to finance the acquisitions. And we have a facility of 800 million, 3 + 1 year. We have the internal resources. Today, we are around 10 people who's working with acquisitions in various forms. So I just checked it, and I also always get the question, yeah, what's your net debt EBITDA target? We don't really have one, but I can say today it's 0.2. So it's room. And it could be around 2 or 3 during a period of time. So I don't think the finance is not the narrow sector in this business. For us, it's legwork and to be out there. And as I mentioned, we've been listed now for 11 months. So of course, the spin-off takes time. So it takes like 4 or 5 months to do. It's a lot of work of just doing all the formalia pieces. And then we get head off in March to really do the legwork and build up the organization. So today, our organization in these 3 areas, in the MRO business, we have Momentum Industrial, and they have their team of doing acquisitions. In the specialist, I have hired one guy, actually my former boss, who hired me at SKF. And then he ran a company that he sold to Adtech a couple of years ago, and then I got him aboard. So he's running the specialist division together with another consultants that I took in. So that's a team of 2. And in the technical service area, I have Ola, who was the owner of Mekano, which we bought. And then also Göran as the CFO, who worked for Marcus together with Anders before. So we have put the team together and building the organization as we go on. So hopefully we will have more divisions coming on and more people with acquisitions. And also, of course, it's not just acquisition, it's also to take care of the acquisitions. Because it's not when you sign the paper, that's not the end line, that's the starting line to work with the business. So the onboarding model and have time for the new companies is very, very important for us. So that's the Momentum Group in short time.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to some questions.
Yes.
So you obviously make quite a few acquisitions within the company. Could you tell us a bit about what you look for when you make acquisitions?
First of all, we have Nordic components and services in selected product verticals and service verticals, which we have identified. And then from that, like the BPS, we bought the industrial valves into water. Then we talk to him and say, what good companies should we buy? Which are yours? So it's kind of how we work with the network. So it's very niche-oriented, but then also we look more for bilateral discussions.
All right. Could you provide us with a bit of an outlook going into 2023? What can we expect?
I don't know. For what? For economy? For us?
For the company.
For the company. Now, of course, we are not blind. I mean, as you can see and read, you can see it's still good pace in the industry. But of course, the inflation of salary, the inflation of the premises, I mean, it has not hit the books yet. It will run in. And what everyone is saying is that it should be a slow downturn, and then in 2024 it should be a recession. But who knows? Who knows?
Yes.
So what we do, we go ahead. Of course, we're a little bit cautious to know. I mean, we are aware of the situation around us, but we will not let that reflect our business of doing things. But of course, we have contingency plans in every business if something happens.
Yes.
But
and what do you think regarding the cyclicality in your group of companies? Do you feel diversified between the companies, or do you think that there is quite some sensitivity?
No, it's diversified, but due to the fact we are more aftermarket sales, due to the big Momentum Industrial. So last downturn in 2008, 2009, we had April to end of March as a revenue year. At that time, they told us at that time to do contingency plans to lose 25% of your revenue. So I remember we sat down in a basement and I asked my CFO, okay, if we should do that, how many branches do we have to close? And he said, you have to close 10. I said, 10 of 25? It's not possible. If you close a branch locally, you can never be there again. So that's, okay, how much can we lose if we don't close any branch? And he said, 10%. First month, 25. Second month, 50. Jesus. But we ended up minus 9%. So as long as the production is going on, you need spare parts. You need service. But if you close a factory, then we go away. So today, mostly of our business is the MRO, the aftermarket business. Of course, with the new companies, a more flavor of OEM is going into our run rate. And we could see that a little bit in Denmark, where we bought the company that has a larger part of OEM sales. So we have seen that a little bit there already.
All right. You say you're active in the Nordics. What does the distribution between the Nordic countries look like for the company?
Today, predominantly, we are in Sweden.
Yeah.
We have Momentum has 2 and soon 3 branches in Norway. And of course, we're looking to go into Finland as well. In Denmark, we have two companies.
But you are looking into acquisitions in those
yes.
countries as well. Yes. All right.
Definitely. But also due to Corona, during the period of time we decided to do the spin-off, it was kind of very hard to travel. So that's why we did acquisition in Denmark, because it was easy for me to go over the bridge. That's the only reason.
Sounds like a good plan. All right. If we zoom out a bit and look a couple of years into the future, what are your goals? Is there anything you want to work on?
No, but if we look at our target to have an EBITA growth of 15%, I mean, in 5 years we should be double earnings, but we need to be double in revenue as well. So I was doing my math on my own, and I said, okay, if I should build this up to 10 billion as I did with the other 2 businesses, it would take 15 years. I don't think we have that time. So of course we are aiming is also say above 15%. And of course we are new, so in the beginning I think it could be a little bit quicker, but then as you grow, then you have to decide if we go 10 billion again, then it's time for another spin-off. Because we believe focus is the most important thing. Because if we say also the people business is the most important thing. If you grow too big, you lose the touch. So our goals is to double, of course, but and hopefully less in 5 years.
That does sound like a good goal. So this 15% EBITDA growth target, do you have any thoughts regarding what part of this could be organic and what will need to be acquired?
Yeah, no. If you look at the production index back and forth, you could say that organic around 5%. If you don't really take market shares. So, but I think you should expect around 5 something in general, and then of course then we have to add acquisitions. It's very important for us to grow.
Thank you very much. I think that's all from me.
Thank you.
And thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to ABG Investor Days. My name is Adrian Gilani, and I'm an equity research analyst here at ABG. And I will be moderating our final presentation of the day, together with Håkan Dahlström, President and CEO at Eltel Group, who will hold a roughly 20-minute presentation, and then hopefully we will have time for some Q&A after that. So Håkan, I'll leave it to you.
Thank you, Adrian, and thank you all for the opportunity to present Eltel for you. My name is Håkan Dahlström, and since 1st of August last year, I'm the CEO and president of Eltel, a company that I've been in the neighborhood of for many years, being a member of the board for 5 years, and earlier, before that, been a part of the executive management team in Telia for 8-9 years in different roles. Also, working a lot in the IT industry with Tieto Every, and then finally before Eltel Fujitsu. But here now in Eltel, and I'm very excited about the task we have in Eltel, because I think it is very exciting days when this industry that have been impacted significantly of too much supply and too little demand as a result of that communication industry is leaving the copper network, and that we have finally behind us. So I think we are in early stage of the next phase, and that's very important. So I will talk a bit about Eltel and how we see business and strategy, and in the end, a bit of key financials, and happy to take any questions at any time, so don't hesitate. So Eltel in a brief. We are a Nordic company having focus in Nordic. Our largest business is in Finland, where we have 60% roughly of our business in the power segment and 40% in the communication. And next largest business we have in Sweden, where we sort of have the largest portion, 80% something, on communication and the rest in power. Norway have the similar mix, and in Denmark there is a more balance between communication and telecom. So what we do is that we work with critical infrastructure, meaning infrastructure for telecom and for power. This infrastructure is something that we could establish, meaning building, and then over time take services and maintenance assignment on those. So the mega trend that is impacting us is the digitalization and the electrification in the society. This drives a need of much more investment and activity in this, and in the end, that impacts the demand of our services. And that is, of course, something that we would like to utilize and explore. Bit smaller is also things like the changed way of working that all of us have seen during the COVID. Great to see some of you here in the room today. I think that's a little bit unusual, so really good to have you here. But many of us is doing more and more on Teams. That put, of course, new demand on the communication infrastructure, and also in the prolongation, also different things when it comes to digitalization. So digitalization and electrification is really here and now impacting the demand on us, and I think the transport sector is one very visible example of that. The climate change as such will not be solved without technology, and the technology that will be a foundation for different solutions in that area will be based on communication solution and energy solutions. So a lot of initiative and a much more interest, and I would particularly point at the power segment, where I believe most of us understand today that we have underinvested in the power segment in all Nordic countries the last 20, 30 years. But that is something that is rapidly changing now, and more or less all actors have new initiatives and new plans. So if you look a bit in the customer dimension, who are we working with? It's well-recognized organization and stable customer, as we have had a long-term relationship with, I will claim, with more or less all of them here in more than 10 years. And that is something that we are really happy for, of course. But it's also so that we need to diverse the base, the customer base, and finding more customer in adjacent area. Because many of the areas that they, as you see here, represent is a very mature business. And in that very mature business, the level of standardization becomes quite high. And that's also what you see if you look at the history on the financial of Eltel is that we have been very much exposed for a price competition in a very standardized business. What I look forward to is to expand our business into adjacent area where the standardization and the maturity in the business is not of that level. So going forward, what I believe we will see is Eltel very active in all of these 6 areas here. Some of them, like fixed, if you think fixed telecom is something that we always have worked with, but today there is no copper money at all here. We don't do anything on the copper network today. If you go back 5 years, it was a significant portion of all revenue that came from the copper network, a network that was more or less between 50 and 100 years old, needed a lot of maintenance and services. It has been a painful last time together with the copper network, but that we have now left behind ourselves. And I would say that during 22, we have had no revenue whatsoever from the copper network. So I would say that the revenue mix today is much more future-proven than it has been the last 5 years. 5G in the mobile area, different timing in different countries. In Sweden, this infrastructure have to reach a certain level based on the requirement in the license in the end of 2024, so that put pressure on that. But I believe the 5G rollout will continue also after that, at least for 4 or 5 years more. Other countries like Norway are more or less at the same speed as Sweden. Maybe Norway is 1 year behind Sweden, but then Finland, on the other hand, is 1 year ahead of Sweden. So in Finland, we see most activity in the fiber to the home, where we in Sweden believe that fiber to the home have peaked in Sweden. We believe also that the peak in Norway is here or very soon here. So Finland, most active in the fiber to the home area today. Sweden, Norway, more active in the 5G. And then the fixed wireless access is an area that, a technology that will be used when there is no business case really deploying the fiber further out in a really rural area. And here we could see particularly Norway today is very active in that, very attractive solution in that. In the power, we are active in all areas from power transmission, meaning high voltage, down to distribution, substation, overhead lines. In Finland, we have the complete portfolio of offerings in power. In Sweden, very limited. There we work with the distribution solution. Smart grid is about being a part of the digitalization of utilities. Think water metering, gas metering, that type of thing. That is something that we have a niched business in Germany, a very good market position in the very large market of Germany. Here we see a potential to have significant growth going forward. So even though there is very niched, we believe that this is a very strong value for us due to the position we have. In the Nordic market, this type of activity is done more in phases. So today we are most active in Sweden, working together with Vattenfall. So we will sort of this year swap more than 250,000 meters to Vattenfall this year. We did the same last year. Then we believe that the market will become more intensive in Finland later this year and early next year. After that, we believe it's Denmark, Norway. So this is a business that is a good business for us, and it's sort of cycled in the way that the lifetime of a meter is like 7-8 years, and then we know we have to come back and swap it again. The new areas here is representative of renewable energy, and this is an example where I believe we can do much more going forward. This is also what I see, what I like to change within that Eltel that I joined for 6 months ago, that we need to do more business development in this area of renewable energy. And then I think about everything from wind, solar, energy storage, EV mobility. All of these areas have, as I see it, a great potential for Eltel, since it's not only so that the growth in this area is better than in the typical classic area for us. It's also so that this business is not standardized to that level the discussion with customer is not so focused on price as it is in our traditional areas. So we will still do what we have done, but we will add these areas to our portfolio. And we have today experience in all of these areas in most of the Nordic countries, but we are, as we speak, increasing our effort in all of them. And we believe this is also areas where we could expect higher margin than in the very standardized, commoditized areas as we have as the bulk of our business today. So today we are involved in 9 different wind projects, meaning that we take a turnkey responsibility for a wind park, and we are then delivering everything except the turbine. Normally, the business logic in a wind park is that the customer select the turbine themselves, and it's a big portion of the cost to establish a wind park. So that is something the customer keep close to themselves. Solar, I would say that we are now in the beginning in the Nordic of paying real attention at solar. For 6 months ago, we had no pipeline in solar. Today, we have a significant pipeline in solar. And this week, we won our first large solar park that we have taken the responsibility for establishing a 5 megawatt solar park. And that will be the first and the largest one of that size. We will be able to talk more about that within 1 or 2 weeks. We have seen some solar installation in Denmark earlier, but otherwise it has been most small installation on a rooftop. We have tried that also, but we have deselected that and see that both when it comes to solar and when it comes to e-mobility, we will not address the consumer market. We will address the enterprise market to have a larger scale and repeatability in whatever we do. Then the energy storage. Yeah, what I also would like to emphasize here on this new area is that in contrast to the traditional areas where Eltel have been active, like building a telecom mobile network, where the customer are selecting Ericsson or Nokia, and we are more executing on it. In these areas, we see a possibility to take a design responsibility. We select the technology, we take a responsibility from A to Z and have the solution ownership. That gives us also a possibility to select the technology. So for like e-mobility, we have Siemens, we have Kempower, we have Unicorn as partners. Then we can build a solution, sell a solution to the customer end to end. That gives us also the possibility to expand in the value chain, meaning that we foresee as a service business model. Instead of what we have done before is very much we come establish something, then we are exposed for competition when it comes to maintenance and services. But in an as a service model, we establish it, get a payment for that as a milestone payment, and then we continue with a service level agreement with a monthly fee. So if you need as a company to have charging points at 20 different locations and 6 to 8 or 10, whatever charging points at each of them, we would be happy to design that and then also give you as a service agreement with a monthly fee on that going forward. So a better possibility to deliver long-term custom experience, but also challenge our role in the value chain, meaning taking as a service role here. The energy storage is a similar thing, and here I believe it's a good also example how we can utilize the competence that we have and the capacity we have, being able to do large rollout and then get sort of installation done in many, many different locations in one organized and well-structured project. So the services and the offering that we do, I would like to start on the lower part here. With project delivery, we mean that we establish something, we build something, we build a new part of that critical infrastructure. That project and that knowledge gives us the possibility to be very competitive when it comes to later on when we should upgrade these services or when it should maintain. So every new project is building sort of an addressable market for us in the service and maintenance business. And today, these services is more than half of our business. Then looking a little bit on why the customers is choosing Eltel, I would say that in the past, it has been extremely much about a standardized business model where the big customer have been very price-oriented. And the good thing now, as I see it in the new areas, is that we talk about other stuff. It's very much about go-to-market and our possibility to deliver this over a natural coverage. So the customer normally nowadays want to know, are we covering the whole Sweden, the whole Finland? Because if they're going to establish some infrastructure, they want us to be capable of doing that over all of that surface, dependent on what customer they have in the end. So the 24 service model, the natural coverage in all countries in Norden is important, but also this, that we have a great track record of customer satisfaction and quality in the deliveries we do. I would claim that if you need to deploy fiber in a small area, you could always find someone that can do that cheaper than us. But if you need a large rollout with a structured and predictable delivery, then I think you should choose Eltel. So our way forward is to reach this target that we have communicated since long, that 25 we will have 5% EBITDA, and that with a modest growth of 2 to 4%. I would say that this is very much doable, because what I think is different now than before is this, that there is a very different balance between supply and demand. So everyone that we talk to wants to do more with Eltel, and I predict that that will continue, even though we have sort of uncertainty in the economy, and we will face surprises, of course, as we did in the fourth quarter, when two of our largest customers suddenly, a bit as I see it, too rapidly changed their own investment plans, and by that reduced the volume in the workflow to us significantly, and that led to a very poor financial outcome of the fourth quarter. And now it will take us some time to adjust our organization to that new situation, but I see that as something that we are dealing with during this first quarter, and I will expect the improvements to come in the second quarter of this year. But to improve the profitability, efficiency is of course one part of it, but even more important is the price. We have now, since the last 6 months that I have been on board, have had much higher ambition when it comes to our own tendering, when it comes to new contract. But it's also so that we address inflation and cost increases in the existing contract. But the way of doing that is very much about indexes, and that has a delay. So indexes is normally measuring a development over 12 months. So if you are looking at something, it normally, so from example with November 21 to November 22, and then that result will impact the contract from January, and then it means that whatever the customer is ordering from February 23 will come by that newer price. But as you understand, there is a significant delay in the benefit for us with that type of index. It's also so that we have tried, and still are doing, having discussions with customers that we need to shorten this time. It's unreasonable that we should take all of that delay ourselves. Some customer, this has been possible to discuss, and we have some specific cost compensation when it comes to fuels and others. But I would say that the indexes will start working for us now in this year, 2023. Also, the new areas, what I call here new and adjacent market, those areas are less standardized, less mature, and the customer is more interested of getting things done than the third decimal in the price. The traditional business have been price-oriented for quite some time, and it's great to see that the new areas, we are more into how to do it, how fast can we do it, and to what level can we do it. And then price, of course, comes always in, but it is not the decision factor as it is in the traditional business. This slide I have here to give you a feeling of how far have we come in these different areas that we say we are working on to improve our profitability. And as I have talked a bit here about price and inflation, I'm happy to see that we have come quite far, and what we have done there has not had any negative impact on the hit rate we have. I would say that we have, during 2022, won more contract than ever within Eltel. And in the fourth quarter, that we also have had this new ambition on higher prices. We have had more sales than ever. So I think we are very confident going forward with this. New business model as a service, I mentioned that, and expansion in the value chain. It is more or less 20-25 years since the organization like Fortum, Telia, that type of organization made outsourcing of these type of services as we are. And now, 20 years later, it is time to challenge that value chain and see how can we expand even further. A few highlights from previous year. Q4 revenue here, 212 million in contract signed, to be compared with 125 the year before, and that is a quarter during which we had this higher ambition in pricing all the quarters, and for the full year, 825, to be compared with less than 400 the year before. So I would say that this new way of thinking for us when it comes to pricing has still not had any negative effect, rather the opposite. We also see a small increase on net sales, not yet impressive, but for us a trend shift, meaning that we have left the time of copper and that behind us, and now are comparing future technology services with new future services, so to say. In the fourth quarter, as I mentioned, we had a bit of negative surprises when it comes to the workflow. Our large customer, two of our large customers, started in the end of third quarter, and then it was fully visible in the fourth quarter to reduce their investment ambition. And that is a relationship that we have with them based on a frame agreement, and that means that there is no volume commitment. We do things unit price based, and when that workflow is going from quite high level, and as we have had it during Q1, Q2, and Q3, step by step increased volume, and then take it down to more or less zero. That gives us an impossible situation. So we have initiated a saving program, meaning that we adjust the organization towards this new situation where they don't have the capacity to invest as they have done before. And that saving program we launched, and we will finalize that during this quarter, meaning that in the end of March we are done, and that will give us 12-month running rate, more than 10 million euro. We will see the benefit starting in second quarter, and then step by step during the rest of the year coming upwards. Look at the total group numbers for full year 22. We see that the 824 million is a small growth on net sales, 1.4. The good thing is that it's a trend shift, but I'm not really happy with that number. I think we could do much better. The operative EBITDA is hurted significantly of this fourth quarter based on inflation and high sick leave, and then a few contracts that was sort of very far from the forecasting that the customer have done, and that will take us a bit of also this year to recover from. I mentioned the saving program. This will impact more than 200 roles in Norway and Finland. We have a cost of change to doing this, of course, and we believe that will be in the neighborhood of 5 million euro that we will take in the first quarter of this. But this program will give us the long-term benefit, and we are quite confident that the 10 million euro that we have here will be reached, and that we will see this from the second quarter. Most positive from last year, I would say, is the increase in new contract. Also so that this contract that we have achieved is sort of giving us the confidence that we have the possibility to broaden our customer base, and that we also are competitive in these adjacent areas, close to what we have done before. So in the fourth quarter, we see here new customer, Exelon in power wind, a turnkey project of 11 million euro. Great to see. In Sweden, a power contract. It's a frame agreement on 32 million. We can say 32 million quite confident because this is an exception. This is a frame agreement that have volume commitment. So that's very good for us. And then also Trafikverket, Transportation Administration in Sweden, a more and more important customer for us. And with a significant investment that Sweden as a country are having on the agenda, this is a very good contribution to that. Telia, of course, a very valuable and important customer for us. So good that we have been able to secure a portion of that relationship. But maybe even important in Norway that we can broaden the customer base so where we understand that Telenor is too important. We are too dependent on Telenor in Norway, and we have to divide that customer base. So Viken Fiber here, extremely important. With that, I think I have sort of used my time and what I had planned to say. So happy to take any questions.
I'll round off with perhaps one question. We've used up a bit more than our allocated time already, but if we just look at the margin target of 5% by year end 2025, can you just outline quickly sort of the outside of the cost savings program, the one or two things that need to happen between today and year end 2025 for you to reach that target?
Yeah, I would say that we continue being successful on pricing that we now have had for 6 months. And up to now, I don't see any negative effect of that, rather the opposite. And I believe we could keep up this good work and have the same hit rate as we have today and have had during the last 6 months. I think pricing is the most important part of this. And then the second most important is that we can expand into this new adjacent area of renewable energy and efficiency improvement in energy, but also new communication solution in public infrastructure. And then, of course, keep up the very good work we do in 5G swap and fiber to the home. But pricing and then new business in adjacent area. And then, of course, efficiency as always. We always have to look at that, of course.
Okay. With that being said, I think we're going to round off here. I would like to thank you for your presentation, and I'll just leave it up to you if you'd like to say any final remarks before we end.
No, I think we are in a very exciting time. I've been close to this for many, many years, and it has always been higher supply than demand. And now, when the investment is coming, more and more players want to invest both in communication, but particularly in renewable energy. I see this as a shift, and I think that's we are very well positioned to capitalize on that. So exciting days.
Okay.
Thank you.